terrible song. Are you ready? We have a smile to our heart is aching. We want to, okay, Kathy, there's some weird thing in your face. Hold on. Oh my gosh, it's not you, it's my Zoom. Hello, Zoom. Okay, everybody smile. Awesome, thank you. Yeah, it has this like now live streaming right in front of your face, Kathy. I don't know what's going on there. Okay, let's get started. Sally, are we live on? Yes, we are. We're live on YouTube. So if you want to watch on YouTube or just share the YouTube link, since we're live over there right now and it's hearing me talk about this, I'll drop the link in the chat in just a minute. But there's a button at the very top of the Zoom that says you're live streaming, and you can click on that button and you can click on that and it'll take you right over to the live stream over on YouTube. With that said, I'm going to start recording. We're going to record to the cloud and let's get going. Here we are. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited about today, International Women's Day. And I'm excited about it because, uplifting women's voices, giving them an opportunity to share. We get these opportunities here and there, and sometimes we're not able to show up. And so today, though, these ladies have taken time out of their schedules to show up and talk about impact and empowerment, how women are stepping up, stepping forward to make a difference on the planet. So before we get started, just going to introduce myself and then tell you a little history about International Women's Day. And so first of all, my name is Linda Sunshine West. I'm the founder and CEO at Action Takers Publishing. Our mission is to empower 5 million women and men to share their voices with the world, to share their stories with the world, to make a greater impact on the planet. Now, International Women's Day is a very powerful, has a powerful history. It began more than a century ago in the early 1900s when women across the world began organizing and speaking out for better working conditions, voting rights, and equality. Now, in 1908, thousands of women marched in New York City demanding fairness and opportunity. You may have seen some pictures of that, from way back in those days when they wore those dresses all the time and the bustles. Could you imagine us all walking around in bustles today? I think that'd be kind of cool, but I don't know. I don't know if I'd like it. I don't think it'd be very comfortable. Anyway, I digress. Okay, let's come back, Linda. So by 1911, just 3 years later, the first International Women's Day was celebrated across several countries. And since then, it has grown into a global day recognizing the achievements, strength, and leadership of women everywhere. But what's interesting is that progress didn't happen just because of laws or policy. Progress happened because women use their voices. So we really have them to thank for stepping up and making a difference so that we can be here today using our voices. Their stories were shared. They shared experiences of what their life was like, what was happening, and their truths were finally heard after centuries. So that's exactly why we're hosting this event today. Every story matters. Your story matters. There is a reason you showed up, and I am so ever grateful that you have shown up today to share your message, your story of empowerment and of impact. So what we're going to do is we're going to go around the room today, have everybody introduce themselves and share, a story of whatever it is that you want to share today. But let's make sure it's all positive, uplifting, no political stuff. Okay, we do not need to hear about any political stuff. If you go there, I'm actually going to just remove you from the room, and I'm not. There's no warning. Okay, I'm serious about that. I do not want to go into political topics today. So I'm going to start off with Nikisha because I know she has to leave. So what I'm going to do, just so you all know, the women who are here, is I'm going to spotlight you on the screen. You'll have, up to 10 minutes, since there aren't as many who showed up that I thought would show up. You'll have 10 minutes to speak. I'm going to have my little clock going here, and if I can figure out the timer, I might put that up on the screen as well. But you'll have 10 minutes to speak. Just, share your message, your story, whatever it is you want to share. And this is all about empowerment and impact. Maybe you want to talk about somebody who impacted your life. Maybe you want to talk about the impact that you're making on other people's lives. Whatever it is, it's completely 100% up to you. So with that said, Nikisa, I'm going to spotlight you. And if you're not speaking, please mute yourself. And Nikisa, the floor is yours. I can't wait to hear what you have to share.
Thank you so much. So, first of all, I just want to thank you, Linda, and the Action Takers Network for creating this space and inviting us all to be part of International Women's Day, this celebration today. My name is Nikisa Marie, and I'm the owner of Nikisa Marie Enterprises based in Tacoma, Washington. I'm a writer, literary performance artist, and a self care advocate. The work that I do today centers on something I believe is critical for women, and that is that self care must be a consistent, lifelong practice. Not something that we turn to after we collapse, and not something we treat as an occasional indulgence. It's something that has to be integrated into our daily lives. My relationship with self care really began when I was very young. Growing up, I didn't see women around me engaging in what I would call appropriate care practices for themselves. They were strong, dependable, constantly giving to others, but I rarely saw them pause and care for themselves in intentional ways. So, as a young girl, I received a lot of messages about responsibility, about showing up for others, and about being strong. But I didn't receive a lot of messages about caring for myself. By the time I reached my teenage years, I began to recognize that if I didn't care for myself, no one else was going to do that work for me. So I started practicing small forms of self care, even then, finding quiet time, reflecting, and paying attention to what I needed. But years later, my understanding of self care deepened in a way that I could have never imagined. I experienced a sudden and life threatening medical crisis that required more than a dozen surgeries and over a year of recovery. During that time, my team of doctors were focused on addressing the physical side of what had happened, but I had to sit with deeper questions about my life. How had I been living? How was I responding to stress? What did it really mean to care for myself over the long term? So that season really forced me to slow down and reevaluate everything. And it made me realize that small self care practices that I had begun in my teens just weren't enough anymore. I had to adjust. I had to double down on my commitment for caring for myself in deeper, more consistent ways. Because what I realized is that women live in what I call often a crash and recycle recovery, or a crash and recover cycle. I'm sorry. We push ourselves, we work hard, we show up for everyone else, and then eventually we collapse. We might rest, but just long enough to recover and start pushing again. But that cycle isn't sustainable. Self care can not only happen when we're exhausted, it has to become maintenance. It has to be a part of how we move through our daily lives while we're building our lives. So I'm sharing the message that I share often through podcast interviews, conversations virtually and in person, and through a one woman literary show that I recently created. In that show, I perform pieces I've written about myself and about my life as a young girl and an adult woman, and the messages I received about caring for myself. I also explore the ways I had to push back on those narratives and intentionally curate a life that supports my self care and wellness in ways that actually work for me. Because the truth is, self care does not have to be elaborate. Sometimes it's protecting your peace, it's setting a boundary, it's stepping away for a few minutes of quiet. And sometimes it's simply asking yourself a question we rarely pause to ask, which is, what do I need right now? Those small, consistent acts of care are what allow us to live well over the long term. So, my encouragement to every single woman here today is simple. Don't wait until you're burnt out to start caring for yourself. Start now, start small, start consistently, because the life that you are building deserves a version of you that is well enough to enjoy it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The topic self-care is one that I think what I'd like to do, Nikisa, is to invite other ladies to either talk about, self-care. Um, I see the timer is backwards. Is it backwards for you all too? Okay, just for
Yeah.
me. Yay, just me.
Yeah.
So let's talk about self-care. Is there anybody who would like to talk about like figuring out like Nikisa, she just started at a very young age, talking about moving into self-care. And so is there anybody who would like to talk? I'm going to call on you, Sally. You already know it because that's your topic is self-care. So if there's anybody else who would like to talk about it, ask questions, or just like let's have a conversation about self-care and how important it is for us, human beings, just in general. It's important for us, but especially as women, right? Because a lot of times we spend a lot of our lives taking care of other people and putting ourselves last. And I've heard the saying that we must, give from, we must take care of ourselves first so that we can give from the overflow. But a lot of times we give to others until we are underflowing, and then we're trying to get something back for ourselves. So let's move into that conversation. Would anybody like to share? If so, go ahead and raise your hand. And if nobody raises their hand, I'm going straight to Sally. Okay, Sally.
If no one wants to, I'll do it. I mean, this was what got me into publishing to begin with. Back in 2020, I reached a point where, I realized that if I didn't start taking care of myself, I was going to be in a downward spiral where I couldn't get out. And so the thing was, I didn't do the physical stuff. I did the mental stuff. So it wasn't like I started going to the spa or I went and bought a new wardrobe and I started, going out to dinners. It was internal. I turned off the television and I started reading self-help books. I signed up for courses and classes. I started eating healthier. I started going for walks. And it changed my life. The taking care of me for the first time in probably 30, 40 years, since probably I was in college, and it changed everything. And so I, started writing. I got invited to be in my first collaboration book. I met Linda, and then like the whole world opened up to me. And I had been in my own little cocoon. I would get up, go, I called it my Groundhog Day for 40 plus years, where every day I got up, I went to work, I came home, I cleaned the house, I paid my bills, I took care of my family. I had my little cluster of family and friends that I connected with, and I went to bed, and the next day I did it all over again. And I did that day after day after day. And, not even realizing that there's a whole world out there full of people that I didn't even know, but I had no way to connect with them. And it wasn't until I started my self-care journey and started investing in me that things started turning around.
I love that. Yeah, thanks for sharing that, Sally. And I'd love to have Nikisa have an opportunity because this is the topic that you brought up. And so if you'd like to respond to what Sally shared, and then we'll go to the next person.
Yeah, Sally, thank you first of all for sharing that. I think that your experience is something that a lot of women face. They are in kind of that Groundhog's Day, and unless we disrupt that pattern, we will just continue to be in that, same pattern. So I appreciate your bravery of, sharing that, and I think there will be so many women that can relate to that. And even though that wasn't my particular reality. But I did have something that disrupted it. And I do want to share that even that medical issue that I had, it wasn't because I wasn't taking good enough care of myself. Sometimes things just break down in our bodies, right? But what I learned from that experience is that regardless of why that happened, self-care can't hurt. Extra self-care can't hurt. So I'm always like erring on the side of extra self-care. And I love what you said about pouring or giving from your overflow, because what's in our cups are for us.
I love that. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for putting it that way. That's so good. So good. Now, please help me pronounce your name. I'm going to say Demet.
That
Am
is
I right?
correct, Linda. Yes, yes, yes.
I
Perfect,
pride
perfect.
myself on saying people's names right.
Wonderful. Thank you for having me. This is a
Yes.
fantastic opening topic, actually, and very much resonated with it, having experienced actual burnout. So, mother of four, worked corporate for many years, and it really took me to completely break down and realize that I was actually my least priority. And we really, as you pointed out, this whole audience here, it's so important that we fill our own cups and we take care of ourselves in order to really be productive and loving and be able to give back to our not only our families but our communities. I think it's a topic that really needs to be discussed a lot more, I see a lot of women just struggling with trying to juggle everything and feeling like that's their value. Their value is in pushing harder, working harder, struggling to really keep the ball rolling for everybody around them. So I'm really glad that you opened up this topic. Is it Nikisha? Did I say that right?
It's Nikisa.
Nikisa, sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you for opening up this conversation.
Thank you.
Yeah, some great points you made there. The juggling, right? Like wearing that as our badge of honor. I used to say that, I'm so great at it wasn't delegating, that wasn't it, because I'm great at that now. But so great at just keeping all the balls in the air. And I prided myself on that and walked around like wearing that little badge. So it's a great point because like Nikisa said too, we have to give from ourselves first. What was the saying that you said, Nikisa, about from ourselves first? She probably don't remember because it just flowed out of your mouth, right?
Yeah, I don't even know that I remember, but I do think we need to give to ourselves first. And I think, like Sally was saying about giving from the overflow and not giving from what's in the cup. And Demet, right? Is that correct?
That's correct.
I really thank you. I really love, all the things that you said. And, often women are taught that our value is equated to our labor. And I just really I push back on that narrative. My value is not connected to my labor and how much I can give. I'm valuable because I exist, and I deserve self-care
Absolutely.
because I exist.
I love that.
So good. Thank you so much. So next up, Susan, want to go ahead and unmute yourself, Susan, and share.
I was wondering if I could even speak next, because it would really, was it coattail on what Nikisa said?
Well, let's give Bana and Linda an opportunity, and then we'll have you up next, okay?
Sure.
Let's see, where'd you go? So there you are, Kate. You jumped down on my screen. Okay, yeah, Bana, you want to speak to the self-care topic?
Thank you, Linda. Thank you for having me. And this is a wonderful topic to begin with, which I totally agree. Self-care is one of the most foremost topics right now for every human being, not only for women. But where self-care begins is not only from the set of mindset, but it also begins from, not falling into the edge of it, what Nikki just mentioned. Nikki, it's okay if I call you Nikki, right? That's what you said I could call you. So that's also the part to look at, is not waiting to jump on to when I burn out. What Demet mentioned, that you burn out and then you start doing something. For me, mental health care was taken care of for a very long time. I started doing that without even knowing that I was doing it, because I was lucky to have a grandmother who meditated. So I did meditate with her. And so that was my default settings. I could get into meditation whenever I felt, anything, even before I felt overwhelmed or, burning out or whatever, I would jump into meditating. That was easy to do. What I couldn't do was get into the physical part of it, which I think is equally important. Hitting the gym, keeping ourselves moving, because we are so busy. The whole day we are doing something or the other for somebody or the other, whether it is for work, whether it is for your family, whatever, the relatives, friends, families, whoever. Then we don't have the time. Like for me, every day, I keep an hour for physical activity, like going to the gym or walking, running, whatever that I can do. But then I spend that 1 hour doing something else. Or because I'm so tired by the end of the day that I fall asleep, because I'm cutting out on my sleep. So that's one more part to look at, because it's not always the mental health part of it only. It's also the physical health part of it. Because if you're not physically up and strong, you cannot be mentally, how much ever strong you are mentally, you won't be able to do anything out of it. So I think from here, there's one thing that I would like to share today is making that time for yourself. actual time, not just figurative time, real time. From that 24 hours, carving out that 1 hour, or because you need that 1 hour. If you're walking 10,000 steps, you need to have those 1 hour. It comes to 1 hour, and 1 hour, more than 10,000 steps, definitely 1 hour. Right. So even if you're just walking, you need that 1 hour. So you need that one. If you're going for a gym, then you need that half an hour, then another, commute to the gym and back. So if you calculate, it comes to around the same 1 hour. So you need to keep that 1 hour for yourself, for your physical well-being. Very, very important to hit that physical well-being stuff as well, because we women, we have a very short period of time, because then we have our menopause hitting us. So when we have menopause, the whole body changes, the body clock changes, the entire thing changes. And then we are rediscovering our own bodies ourselves. So which means a physiological change requires a physiological response as well. It's not only about curtailing food or doing things like that. So I'll stop it here by saying that, ladies, give yourselves some real time, and every day, that has to be every day. Thank
Thank
you.
you for those great reminders. And Nikisa, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, so thank you. Those were definitely some wonderful reminders. And one of the things that I always tell people, whether I'm doing a workshop or book signing or whatever I'm doing around my self-care work, is that it starts with mindset. First of all, knowing we deserve it, and knowing that it's just as important as everybody else, either in our household or, other people we might have to caretake for, or what other responsibilities that we have, because we have to look at ourselves as on that priority list, if not at the top. So I think that our mindset around it is the first step, because then you will be able to figure out ways that you can, incorporate self-care, and you can get that hour in or whatever. And I am always still looking at my mindset, making sure that I am not, regressing or, not prioritizing my self-care. So I do kind of self-care assessments for myself on a regular basis. And one thing that I recently changed is that I started getting up early, and I work out with a childhood friend on Zoom who lives 3,000 miles away from me. So I'm getting my workout self-care part of my day done first.
So good. I like the reassessment, right? Doing that. And I'm going to do that, not while we're here today, because I'm going to be paying attention to all the speakers, but I'll be doing that after this. So thank you again for that reminder. So Linda, you want to speak to the self-care topic?
Yes, I would love to. A little bit differently, I think, than everybody has here. So one of the beliefs I live by, and it's probably not something new, because remember, like years ago, when we first were on social media a lot and emails, I think maybe more emails, we would get something in the email that said, everything happens for a reason, a season, or a lifetime. Remember that? It seemed like it was like every other message that we read. And I've always thought that way. And although all of us could say, oh, I had this amazing insight because of this negative or this positive or this both or neutral thing happened, it led to this profound awakening, right? And so I too, I mean, I could tell you stories too. Personal growth started really early, but literally every single thing that has happened in my life has been based on a reason of what I needed to learn. Like Nikisa, I actually am a cancer survivor twice. And none of them were because of, even though I tried hard to like not take care of my body, that was the result. It was what I learned from each of those things. So my work is about that too. So I and it's not that I had this awareness when I was younger. Each time it was, oh, this is what I'm supposed to share with people now. Because notice that most of us would be able to say, I've been doing this my whole life. It might have been with a group of younger girls, or just our friends, or as we grown up, or just in our business or whatever. I really believe that everything happens for a reason, because we are meant to grow from that, and grow from that experience, and then we're supposed to share it. And I do think, I have to say this too, I think it only happens this magically with women. I could be a little biased here, but I know I see a lot of head shaking. There's nothing like the connection that we can have with other women. Not that I'm not one, I have lots of men in my life, but there's nothing like being able to support each other through the reasons, the seasons, and our lifetime.
Thank you for that, Linda. I love it. It made me, reminded me of a saying I like to say is like, I was who I was so I could become who I am. I am who I am so I can become who I'm going to become. And that is like through the people that I'm meeting, the connections that I'm making, the season, the reason, or the lifetime. And some people come into our lives for two of those reasons, and some of them only one of those. But sometimes there's that blip in time, that person you met for just a split second who changed something about you. And so I love that. Thank you for bringing that up. Nikita, do you want to speak to that to round out the self-care topic?
Sure. Thank you so much, both of you, Lindas. So Linda, Sloan, Allen, thank you for everything that you shared. I'm not a cancer survivor, but I definitely survived that medical, emergency, and it was very impactful to my life. As I shared a little bit about it earlier. So I think that when I think about things happening for a reason as it relates to like my work around self-care and really prioritizing women with that, is that I was born who I was supposed to be. I've always been very outspoken. I've always, not had any issue with speaking up for myself, advocating for myself. And I think all of that kind of led me to this place. And when I started my entrepreneurial journey, I didn't even start it with, having any wellness or self-care as part of like what I was putting out into the world. I was managing my husband's art career and other visual artists. So like not even that same topic, but I was always doing things around self-care for my friends, my girlfriend groups, my family members. And so I agree that just my life's journey organically and very authentically led me to this place where I really feel like I'm being the most me now by sharing this and supporting people while it always also continues to support me and my self-care journey. So thank you for sharing that. And thank you for, having this discussion. It like really gives me life every time I get to talk about this topic with a group of people. Thank you all so much.
Well, fantastic. Thanks for kicking off the International Women's Day with a topic that is so important to all of us, and that is self-care. And I want to thank those who participated, in speaking about it, and for those who are here to listen as well. And I saw that Demet dropped a comment in the chat. She says, it's because we're more willing to receive the messages. And that was in response to Linda, what you said, right? Demet, you want to speak to that?
Yeah, I think that that's a very valid point. And again, not to sound too sexist here, but I think that we're just naturally more in tune with receiving messages from the universe, I want to say. So it's not that maybe those things aren't coming towards men, they certainly are, but they're just a little bit more oblivious, a little bit less willing to go there. So that's what I wanted to share with Linda and the group.
Great point. Thanks for bringing that up. And I want to share with you. So today is, again, it's International Women's Day. Congratulations, on women for, just showing up and speaking out, sharing their messages. Today is all about showcasing the women who are showing up here. So every single woman that comes into this space will have an opportunity to speak today. Not all of them will be run the way I just did with Nikita's. I just felt called to, to have a discussion related to her topic. That won't happen with all of the like all the speakers today, just so you all know. It's not going to be like, oh, I have such a great topic, we're going to go into that. Yes, they're all going to be great topics, but there won't be time to, to do what we did with Ankesa's for everybody, every single speaker. So what we're going to do next is, Susan, Louie, I'm going to bring you up to the stage. Go and unmute yourself. And so you'll have, 10 minutes to speak about, this is all about empowered voices and impact. So whether you want to share about impact that you have had on other people's lives, or the impact that somebody else has had on your life, or both, this is something we want to hear from. And so Susan, you have the floor. You got 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Linda. So happy International Women's Day, everyone. My topic is actually about what we've been just talking about, self-care, but leaning more towards anxiety. And a lot of women are experiencing that. They're unhappy, and believe it or not, they're even dying younger. So I was going to get into my story, which is, okay, 3 years ago, my youngest son moved out. And when I moved into his apartment, his last box, I drove home. I pulled into my driveway and my hands started to sweat. My chest was tight. I could barely breathe. I was having a panic attack. So there you go, the burnout. Anyway, I didn't know it at the time, but I can tell you for the first time, I was alone because my oldest is 34. And I'd never been alone. I was always the superwoman with the superpower of doing everything for everyone all the time. So that panic attack wasn't random, because anxiety is never about external threats, because there was no external threat in my driveway. Anxiety is about some past memory that informs your future. So 70, to be exact, 71 and a half years ago, I used to run from the homeless men that broke into our house. They slept in our beds. They stole everything. So I'm 3, 4, 5, 6 years old, coming home, and you see these homeless men. I ran fast, and I ran far. So now, going back to that incident in the driveway, not like I remembered at the time, but my body remembered what my mind forgot. It's called the body keeps score. So that's what happened, but I didn't know it. Okay, so let me just teach you something. And you know this, I already know you know, but let me just remind you. You heard the words. Your words create your reality, mind over matter. Where your focus goes, your energy goes. We all know this. It all starts here. And what your thoughts do is they create your feelings, and your feelings create your actions. And so, of course, you don't remember that all the time. Most of the time, we're even unconscious about that, like I was in the driveway. So I wanted to do something fun to really have you know this for sure. I'd like everyone to be comfortable, put your arms out straight. Now, if you're going to hit your laptop, your computer, your desk, whatever, push your seat back. And I want you to close your eyes. And when you put your arms out parallel to the floor, elbows locked, your eyes are closed, I want you to imagine in your right hand, you're holding onto a string that's attached to this huge balloon, and the balloon is filled with helium. And that balloon filled with helium just wants to pull your right arm up. It's yanking your arm up. It's pulling it higher, higher, and higher, because the helium just wants to float away up into the sky. So your hand all the way up to your right shoulder is just being yanked up. Now, as your arm is going up, your left arm is holding onto a string tied to 2 law books. Law books are huge and heavy. And because your arm is getting tired holding onto that string, and the books are getting heavier and heavier, your left arm just wants to go down, down, and down. Your right arm is going up from the balloon. Your left arm is just being pulled down from those huge books. And you can feel both your arms going in opposite directions. Now just open your eyes and look at the distance between your arms. Okay, I couldn't see everyone's arms, but the ones that I could see the one all the way up. So just know that whatever you put into your mind, your imagination, whatever you're visualizing, the mind is so powerful. You just had a physical action because of the words that I said. There was no balloon and there was no law books, but this is the power of the mind. And I just want you to see that because of what happened to me in the driveway. So what happened was it's a learned pattern. And the good news is you can unlearn it. So after that incident, I went to a rapid transformational therapist. And what he did was he had me face that little 3, 4, 5-year-old who always felt like she had to do everything all the time for everyone because I couldn't stop. Because if I stopped, that was danger. If I was alone, that was survival. That was fight or flight. So he had me face her, little Susan, and tell her that she's safe now, that she doesn't need protection. I mean, I'm a grown woman. I'm in my driveway. I just moved my son so that he can start his life. And I was supposed to start mine, even though I was paralyzed. So with that story, you can change. Okay, you're probably not running from homeless men, but we might be running from something. And I forget who said it, but we're pushing, we're trying to prove, we're forcing, we're struggling, we're not taking care of ourselves. What's happening? And someone even said it, we deserve it, but yet we're not aware of it, right? You're just not aware of it until someone facilitates or guides you to see whatever you're saying to yourself, like I was saying in the driveway. And so you can change the story is really what I want to get to. And so to close this, because I don't even know if it's 10 minutes. Oh, good, I got 3 minutes. I just want to say, so now I'll be 75 this summer. And I no longer run away. I run towards. I run towards my health. I run towards my freedom. I run towards my empowerment. I run towards love. Life has really turned around since that day in the driveway. And so that's what's available. And at 74, and I started at 73, I started doing jujitsu every day. I still run every day, but not out of fear or survival. I'm thriving now. I run because my body is in the 50s, even though I'm 74. I swing on monkey bars every day because I love the feeling, that freedom. And in my gym, there's only 16 rungs. I go back and forth 8 times. And I'm looking for the longest monkey bars because that freedom is just like amazing. And if you look up longevity, because I'm so into self-care now, but I have the time. But even when I raised my 2 sons alone, no safety net, I had no partner, there was no one to help me. I worked 2 jobs. I went from 6 in the morning to 8 at night. But at 8 at night, we'd go get whatever they needed for homework or projects. And then midnight, 1 in the morning, I was out there running. But that was a lot of, I don't know if that was that. No, it is. It was a conditioning. I know it now today. But anyway, you can turn that around once you're aware, but we're not always aware until maybe something brutal happens, like the scares or the medical or things like that, which, I don't wish on anybody. So anyway, that's my story. And it all goes around with the self-care that everyone's been talking about. But until you know it, but then even if you know it, you can untrain your mind, which is what I did, but I was 71. But it's okay. It's never too late. That's all I'm trying to say. If I could do it after 2 decades, I think anyone else can do it. So life is good now. Thank you.
Yeah, amazing. You got the comments, you look great.
Oh.
You really do look fantastic. Yeah, when you first told me you were 75, a couple of months ago when we were on the call, I was like, what? What are you doing? Absolutely
Well,
amazing.
that's my birth certificate, but that's not my body. Because what I do,
Right. And that,
monkey bars,
yeah.
jujitsu, I mean,
Yeah.
I do 6.5 miles every day. under an hour. I run marathons, 75.
Wow.
And I'm going
That's so
for my
awesome.
next belt. This summer, I am getting my next belt. Yeah,
That's
life is
that's
good.
awesome.
When you have your health, you got everything. Mhm.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
so good. Thanks for sharing that. And I can really relate to the running away from running too.
Oh, I know
Um,
your story when you were 5. You didn't even come home, what, a year or something?
it was a week. It was
A
a
week.
week.
Okay, it was a long
Yeah.
time.
A year. A week is a long time, especially at 5 years old. I'll share a little bit about my story a little bit later for those who don't know. But yeah, it's so true. She was, that's on my birth certificate, not my body. And that was such a great saying there, because it's true. I wanted this to go off because I wanted you to hear what would happen if you went over the 10 minutes, which Susan didn't, but I wanted everybody to hear what would happen. If you go over your 10 minutes, you'll get a little song, like, pulling the hook, pulling you off the stage. That doesn't mean you have to stop immediately right then. It just means that, please, like, wrap it up, kind of thing. But Susan, thank you so much for sharing that message, your story, and the tie into self-care, and about, that we are never too old to start something new. We're never too old. We can use it as an excuse all we want, but that's all it is, and is an excuse. So thank you so much for sharing that, Susan. So what I'd like to do next is just share with you all that we're doing something that's called our influencer program. And several of you who registered for this event said that you were interested in finding out about our influencer program. So Sally, if you can drop a link, is she there? Is Sally there? Yeah, if you can drop a link to the influencer program, what this is, and Kathy Dirksen is actually in our influencer program. She's what kind of spurred the idea of it, actually. And I'll have you share a little bit, Kathy, in just a second. But the influencer program is where, those who have a community of people or want to bring a community into a collaborative book, which is where each person writes just one chapter. Many of you are in some of our collaborative books. Karen Bass is putting together a collaborative book right now where she's inviting people to be in hers as well. Kathy has done 10 of these books with us, and she's working on several more right now. And so really kind of started that idea of, like, how can we help other people to bring their community together into a collaborative book? So we created our influencer program. I'm going to be doing like a talk on it next Sunday at 9 a.m. Pacific, 12 p.m. Eastern, just to introduce you to the concept, what it's all about, to give you an idea if this is something that you might want to do with your community as well. This is great for people who, like, if you have a podcast, and we had one of our authors, actually a couple of our authors have podcasts, and then they named their collaborative books after their podcast. So it's a great way to continue to, like, expand on your brand. People who have a community, like maybe you have a Facebook community or a LinkedIn community, and you would like to invite those people to be in a book together. So this is a great opportunity for you to do that. Sally dropped the link in the chat if you want to register to learn more about that influencer program. Again, I'll be doing that next Sunday. Go ahead and click on that link, register for that, and learn a little bit more. If you're not available that Sunday, that's okay. Still register, because I'll be sending the replay out to those who register for that. So that is my little commercial about the collaborative books. And so what I'd like to do next is find out who would like to go next. We had Nakisa talk about self-care. We had Susan talk about self-care. We have another self-care person, or we're going to have a different topic. Julie, welcome to the stage. Go ahead and unmute yourself, and I'm going to spotlight you for everybody, and then you'll have 10 minutes on the clock, Julie. And today we're talking about empowerment. We're talking about impact. How have you made an impact in other people's lives? How have other people made an impact in your life? And so we're sharing all about that today to celebrate International Women's Day. Julie, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, I hope I'm going to read a blog post that I did a few years ago that still is relevant, and I think it goes a little bit along with the self-care. And I presume, I wouldn't want to be too presumptuous, that someone else will identify with it. But my name is Julie Ranson. I just went on Medicare. I retired early because my husband was sick, and I lost him 4 years ago. I was a college administrator I live in Virginia, and before I was an administrator, I was a business professor there. And so I've been in education my whole life. And I do believe that the reason that I became an educator, and I still do it, I host Shut Up and Write groups, I talk to writers all the time. So teaching is it's just in my blood. Uh, I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, the reason that I did that was I came from a pretty unhappy home, and teachers and librarians became my tribe. They were my people, and they definitely led me into a career in education. When I retired, but before I retired, I started writing. I'd always done technical writing. I loved words. I've always been a voracious reader, and so I decided to write a novel. It was kind of this weird. Anyway, so I have written 3 novels, and my first 2 were published by the Wild Rose Press, and then I decided to go this indie route for many reasons, and most of them are about me, not them. And then this past year, I published Wrapped in Wonder, which is an Advent devotional, mainly geared towards women. But anyway, so the piece that I wrote a few years ago, and this is still a battle for me, is called Meet My Idol. And it's not a celebrity. In the Bible, in Exodus 23, we can read, "You shall have no other gods before me." I have an idol in my life. My idolatry gets in the way of my time with God, my devotion to Him, and my surrender to His plans for my life. You see, my idol is productivity. According to Tim Keller, an idol is anything more important to you than God, anything that absorbs your heart and imagination more than Him. Productivity is what I strive for every single day, even on weekends. Write the list, enter the schedules in the planner, check off my accomplishments. Sometimes I report my happy check marks to others, quite proudly too. It's what they expect of me, after all. Admittedly, I have much to do, settling my husband's estate, managing the household, me and 2 dogs, and keeping up with my writing and publishing tasks can fill my days. At times, I realize that it's nearly dinner time and I've yet to read God's Word. My weekly planner is no golden calf, but I bow to its precepts as though my plans are golden. Don't get me wrong, I do pray about my goals and ask for His guidance in organizing and executing these things. He has plans for me too, and tuning into His plans is my daily goal. Well, except on those days I'm scurrying around getting my stuff done. Here's the truth, though. I know He cheers for our success. He's the author of it. But our success can come at a cost. Some may find the cost too high, and others may think it's not that steep. That cost is the time it takes to keep our eyes on Him and His Word while meditating day and night. Joshua 1:8, "The book of the law shall not depart from your mouth, but you shall meditate on it day and night." We are cherished and chosen creatures. We are valuable to Him. No matter how productive we are, recognizing this, we are more easily see ourselves as He sees us, and we can walk towards that vision of what our lives are meant to be. Stop settling for an ordinary life. Let's settle instead for the extraordinary things God has in store for us. C.S. Lewis wrote, and I love this, "It would seem that our Lord finds our desires not too strong, but too weak, like an ignorant child who wants to go on making mud pies in a slum because he cannot imagine what is meant by the offer of a holiday at the sea. We are far too easily pleased." I want to remain a productive person. Laziness is not in my nature, but I have a purpose set by God, and that is where my heart should be engaged every day. And what if I'm being far too easily pleased? What if He has even bigger things for me? The end. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that. And I'm going to have Sally unmute herself. and speak to what you just shared. Sally does a lot of work in her church and stuff. So I'm going to have Sally speak to that.
Yeah, I've spoken with Julie about a lot of the stuff, and I think, it's really important for us to be able to just step away and do the self-care, and to look at our past um and figure out exactly where we need to be and where we're going. And so I love that you shared a little bit about, who you are and your childhood, and the every, the problems and challenges that we all face. So
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. And where can we find your writing, Julie? I see you said that was a blog post that you wrote.
Yes, so I I read that off of Substack. That's where I met Sally.
Okay.
I mostly write on medium.com, and it has a paywall, but you can read like 3 stories a month for free or whatever. But Substack, I don't have a paywall on, and I'm slowly migrating some of my specific things. I've written about a lot. And I've just started moving some things over for free onto Substack. I think when Sally and I talked the last time, I said I wasn't even sure I was going to keep my Substack because it was just one more thing to do that wasn't really, and I don't know. I'm very indecisive sometimes about things. I have too many things swimming in my brain. I'm sure that's not a unique problem. And my website is jjranson.com, and I'm of course I'm on all the usual suspects to buy books. I'm working on a Civil War novel right now because I do live in Chesterfield County, which is historic, but I can get to Richmond in 15 minutes, which is was the capital of the Confederacy. So there's lots of stuff here. This whole state is filled with it. My stepfather was from here, so I've been to every battlefield in existence in this state. And I went to Gettysburg and Antietam for research for my book. But I do like writing historical fiction. I don't write Christian fiction, but I write clean fiction. I don't have any bad language or sex on the page. Usually I don't even imply it. It's implied in my Civil War book because it's a Civil War. But anyway, that's it. That's me.
Thank you so much for sharing. And you mentioned the Substack, just another thing to do. Well, that adds to your productivity list, right? That you can check off.
Yes. Thank goodness. This is my commonplace notebook, and I wrote down the one about self-care, the cup being only the overflow goes to other people. So I love my commonplace notebook. So I have 2 books. My oldest daughter says, I really don't understand your thing about notebooks. I get things done.
A ton of them. Well, if you are on Substack, and everybody here, if any of you are on Substack, go ahead and drop your Substack links in the chat there. We definitely want you to connect with each other. If you feel moved by what somebody shares, please make those connections. So drop your contact information in the chat. But like right now, if you have a Substack, drop it in there, and so everybody can follow each other, see what you have to share, and make those connections over there. For those who don't know what Substack is, it's something to look at. And I myself, I remember Sally and I were told about Substack. Sally jumped on and kept going. I jumped on and stopped like a week later. I was like, oh, it's just, again, like Julie was saying, just another thing to add to my plate, to be responsible for, to make sure I'm, consistent. So I kind of like waffle back and forth. Every once in a while I pop in there and I see, do I have any anything important to say? And usually it's no. So I just go back out, but it's a great place. If you're a writer, you're interested in writing, it's a great place to connect with others who are writing. And what I love about Substacks, at least for right now, is that it really is about making connections. It's about sharing the stories, the messages, and making the connections. It's not like a viral, like Facebook, LinkedIn, kind of thing where people just, I don't know, made it into what it wasn't originally. So that's all I'm going to say about that. But Substack, if you don't have one, go check it out. See what it's all about. Don't get stuck there though, like and forget about your self-care. That seems to be our topic of the day. So I know Gail, let's see, Gail, you want to go next?
Hi, thank you.
Okay,
Hi,
hold on
everybody.
a second. Hold on a second. So Gail, you'll have 10 minutes. You're going to be talking about empowerment and or impact. And you got 10 minutes on the clock. I'm going to put it up on the clock now. You should be able to see it at the top of your screen. Okay. You see it there?
Yes.
Okay. Awesome. The floor is yours,
Okay,
Gail.
perfect. Hi, everybody. My name is Gail Stevens. I am in the Dallas area, and I'm very honored and proud to be part of this International Women's Day 2026, and thank Linda and Sally and, of course, Kathy for this opportunity. I am in a book that's coming out. It's called Leadership: Inspiring Women Leading with Purpose, and it really fits me perfectly. So I'm really loving this experience with all of you. Women's Day is an International Women's Day, and Women's Month is very special to me. I'm the youngest of 3 daughters, was born and raised in Flint, Michigan, and my mom is my model. She lived to be 93 years old. She was an entrepreneur, business owner, and partner with my dad. And she was a community leader and a pioneer and a trailblazer. And so she speaks to me, and she has really helped me throughout my life in what she's taught all of us. But what it's led me to what I'm doing now, which is creating a consulting firm called Strategic Impact Group. It's business and community collaboration, working on the corporate side with the executives, the leadership, and their companies to be more strategically impactful in the community. And this really pulls together my entire life in terms of my values, my upbringing, both in the family and our community. And throughout my life, I was a teenager during the civil rights movement. I was in college and starting out my career with the women's movement. So probably about 10 years ago, as the world was starting to change, I was really seeing the divisiveness, and it was really, it was just a huge wake-up call for me, of course. But I've always been involved in both business and in the community. And I just saw that the divisiveness was like, wait a minute, we cannot allow this to happen. We've got to advance our shared values. And that's really what started leading me to think about this. And I just feel I have some key themes that I focus on that I will share with you. This is in addition to putting together a framework that I use through speaking, seminars, workshops, and consulting. But some of my key themes that I want to share today are: one is advancing our shared values and how important that is, because we're not all the same, and we get a lot of value, we know, with diversity and with inclusion and certainly equity. But being able to just connect with people in general is about looking at what your shared values are. Another focus that I have is that I see this as a transformational era. I see it as a transformational era, is how I've framed what we're living in. But I call it requiring transformational leadership in a transformational era. And I really believe that all of us are leaders in our own spheres of influence. We don't need a title to say we're a leader or aspire to something, a position in a company, as an example, or on a board or in a committee. When we empower ourselves to see ourselves as leaders, I think that we stand up differently. I think we take on owning that responsibility and that accountability to use our voices and to use our presence and use our lives and our actions to be able to create a better world, to advance our shared values. Another area that I talk about is how do we use our voice? Using our voice is really important, but I also came to realize that we don't automatically know how to use our voice. And therefore, I really focused thinking about how do we use our voice. And I just think that's important for all of us to think about and reflect upon, is how are we using our voice? How are we using our presence in our lives to impact whatever it is we want to be able to impact? In using our voices, we can create a chorus of voices, but we also can create an orchestra of voices. And that to me is really empowering. Another area that I look at is, and this came as part of creating my consulting firm. Do you remember when we used to say, what kind of world are we leaving our children? Do you guys remember that? How we said that very nonchalantly. But now I say, and I look every person in the eye, what kind of world are we creating for our children and our grandchildren? Because it's no longer enough, in my opinion, to think only of our children. When we look at it, the world that way, then the kids are grown, they're not even living here. So what do I need to care about public education as an example? What do I need to care about X, Y, and Z because it's not impacting me? But when it's impacting my grandchildren and our collective responsibility for helping to shape society and community, it engages us more directly. So I just feel it's really important for people to really think about, and then it affects every single person, how we are, what kind of world are we creating for our children and grandchildren by what they hear when they come to our homes, by what they see, by what they are learning, so that it just helps to keep us more accountable in what we're doing. And then I'm going to conclude with the gift of gratitude. Gratitude to me is really, really important for all of us. It just creates a whole different way of being when we come from an attitude of gratitude. And I used to have a corporate gift business years ago, and I love cooking and entertaining. And I've created it's a marketing tool that I use now. It's called Gail's Gourmet Gift of Gratitude. And it started actually with community leaders who have everything. What do you give a community leader that you just who are really special to you? And they have everything. So they come home late at night after being and chairing the organization, chairing a committee. They're exhausted, they're hungry, or they haven't seen their family for a couple of weeks because everybody's on the go. So I make a big pot of spaghetti sauce. I call it Mom's Famous Homemade Spaghetti Sauce. And I put together a package, and it's now turned into Gail's Gourmet Gift of Gratitude. The mayor of Plano, Texas, and his wife, John and Joe Munns, are annual recipients for this. And it's through Joa, actually, that she was one of the community leaders that I'm very, very fond of, and I'm fond of both of them. But a gift of gratitude and a gourmet gift of gratitude, and I'll wrap this up, is really easy for all of us to do. It's about making brownies for that friend of yours who's needs to get uplifted. It's making chicken soup and packaging it. It's about the packaging. I package it in 1-quart packages they can put in the freezer and pull out as they want. So there's just these different things that we love doing, whatever it is, are our passions, whatever it is our purpose. But when we're more strategic in how we can impact, then it makes a better world for all of us. So thank you for the opportunity.
That is so awesome. I love it. I wrote several notes for what you shared, Gail. Thank you so much. But one thing that really resonated with me, and actually the word resonate is perfect because it's music and resonate, music is resonating, is that we as one voice, we might not think that we can make a difference. But as you mentioned, you said, we a chorus and then into an orchestra. So if you have an orchestra and you have everybody playing cohesively together and all the notes are flowing and everything sounds beautiful, right? You've got this beautiful orchestra, but then if somebody hits a wrong note, it's like, it kind of creates that feeling of like, ooh, something's wrong here. So it's the same thing, not just with music, but with our voices that we're sharing. So this is why I always, when I bring people together, I want to talk about things that are empowering, uplifting, motivating, impactful, right? I want that positivity that we're going to be putting out into the world. And then why I say, like if you're going to talk political stuff, like I'm just going to take you out of the room because I don't want to go there. I want this to be an uplifting environment where we're creating something that is very positive for people. So it's those voices, us all collectively coming here together. We are creating that orchestra of positivity that we're sharing. And like Gail said, the gift of gratitude. And you don't want me making a brownie for you, so I would make something different. My brownies aren't that good. So you definitely don't want that. But Gail, have at it. Send me a brownie. I'm in California. Okay. I love homemade brownies. With that said, what I'd like to do is, Gail's topic, she brought up several different things. She brought up the voices, the attitude of gratitude. And so I just want to see if there's anybody, like one person that would like to speak to what Gail just shared today. If you would like to just go and raise your real hand or your digital hand. Nobody?
I'll jump in.
Okay, Kathy. Okay, Kathy, jump in.
Yes, no, I love Gail and her story and everything that she's working on. And I love how she's bringing together big business and community, because I think everybody feels like they want to do good in the world. But the idea of, well, how do I do good? Who do I do it with? And what Gail does is really help to partner those big businesses with the appropriate nonprofits and community groups that they actually can create an impact that benefits both. So it really does become a strategic win, 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 win.
Right.
Like a ping pong ball, like bouncing all over the place. Gail, you want to comment on that, what Kathy just said?
I totally agree. So often we do want to do something, but we don't know how. It's like we want to use our voice. We know we have a voice, but we don't know how. So when we're thinking more about it, to look at what are the resources, what can we do to create it, whatever it is. But certainly helping companies, it's the companies who have the resources. We know that. And helping them to identify what their values are. I've created a whole framework for a company to be able to go through this so that as they are clear on who, what, and why they are, and their employees know it, it helps for the employee engagement and retention, but it also helps bringing the community together and aligning them. So yes, Kathy, that is what I do in helping companies to find that alignment in the community so that it's fitting with the values and the purpose and the goals of the company, and the employees in it feel much more connected to who they're working for and why. And they're also given the space and the empowerment to cultivate their own purpose with things that are meaningful. So it's just trying to pull this together and create it is quite exciting and enlightening. It's challenging, but I don't focus on the challenge of it. I focus on what that big picture and that vision looks like. So, and I love being part of this opportunity in writing a chapter and also being part of your publishing. So thank you.
Awesome. Thank you for that. And it's so important because so many people spend hours and hours and hours at work. And so if you're able to create some sort of attitude of gratitude within your own work environment, then you're creating a community and people aren't like so excited to like get home or get off the clock, right? They just love the people that they're working with. Karen,
Right.
did you want to comment on what Gail shared? Go ahead and unmute, Karen.
Yeah. Hi, Gail. I loved everything
Oh.
you said.
Oops.
Me, Karen, or
Wait,
somebody else?
I'm sorry. I forgot. There are two Karens here. Karen Isaacs. She had her hand
Okay.
up. So
All right. My
I'll come
bad.
back to you, Karen Bass. Karen Isaacs.
Yeah, so yes, Gail, so I love that you started out with the story about your idol being your mother, because my books are about aging icons, and I speak about that it isn't a person who has to be famous. It's someone who's impactful to you. And I love that. It's a great name. Your group has a great name. It's what I'm really learning now through publishing my books and using that to teach myself and to continue to go back to the books, continue to say, you know, this is what I wrote, but this is how this is growing within me. This is what I'm using it for. This is how I'm learning from my book, to say that people, and I belong to a few different groups now similar to this, where I'm at a different level. The books have brought me to this other level where I'm not somebody who's starting out and saying, I'm going to write a book. I can now say, yes, I'm a best-selling author. And by being able to be around women like that, it's really so empowering to be able to be, to accept that we all have our insecurities, we all have our concerns, we all cry about something silly, but it's having women together like this, supporting us, that are able to make us continue to go and make us be together so much more impactful.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Karen. And that's actually a great segue for me to, and I'll come back to Karen Bass, a great segue for me to talk about, like, if you have thought about writing a book yourself, we do that. We help you to either write it, we'll help you to publish it. So you can reach out to me, hop on a call with me to find out, do I have a story to tell? And because you do have a story to tell, but you might not know what it is, but how you can use a book in order to do exactly what Karen just said, you know, showing up in those rooms, you know, now she's a published author. So it's a completely different elevation that you've created. So I'll drop my link in the chat, but you can go to actiontakersauthor.com. That's actiontakersauthor.com and schedule an appointment with me. Get on a call and let's find out how we might be able to help you to get your message and your story out there in a book. So Karen Bass, did you want to comment on what Gail had to share?
A lot of what I want to discuss is around what Gail shared. So I will refrain until it's my turn.
Teaser. Yeah. I love it. I love it. So we'll hear from Karen in just a moment. First of all, I want to welcome everybody here at International Women's Day. You know, it's a day for us to celebrate women from all over the world. And we do have, let's see, Bana, you're in India?
I'm in Melbourne, Australia.
Oh, Australia. For some reason, I keep thinking you're in India. Yeah, from Australia. So we
I
have
am
all the
an
way from
Indian. I'm born Indian.
Okay. So you went from there, you're in Australia now. So we literally have international. We have US and Australia. Where else? What other countries are representing here today? Canada, of course. Duh. What else? Any other countries today? We got Germany in the house. What time is it in Germany right now? It was like 7 p.m., 7:30, something like that. I don't know, I have this like, I can't do anything except like transpose times. I don't know. There's nothing else I have a talent for except that. Oh, and saying people's names right. I can do that
And
one
then
as
you
well.
throw in the clock change last night, and then that'll.
Oh, yes, 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 yes. That gets me messed up also. And then we have the UK in the house. So we have all kinds of countries here represented today. I want to thank you all for being here. So next up, we're going to bring up Linda Sloan Allen. Linda, let's see, go ahead and unmute yourself. And I'm going to spotlight you, and you'll have 10 minutes on the clock. Again, today, we're talking about impact. We're talking about empowerment. Is there somebody in your life that has empowered you or had an impact on your life? And are you making impact on other people's lives, and in what ways? So whatever you want to share, I'm going to spotlight you, Linda, and the clock.
Hey, I'm so glad to be here. I actually didn't plan anything, but I want to take off on what we started with, which was I have always had the desire to become the best I can be. I never was willing to, this gave me a lot of problems when I was growing up because I didn't accept what everybody said. I kept asking why, but why should that happen? Why can't I do this? So, going back to my comment at the beginning, everything happens for a reason. And I'll even go to the next place with that. And I feel like nothing is ever a mistake, even though we think about that. So the way that showed up for me is even from the time I was young. First of all, when I was 5, I knew I was supposed to be a teacher. I used to play teacher with my sister, and if she didn't listen to me, I would put a dunce cap around her and put her in the corner. But I always knew that there was a reason that I was given this ability to speak, even though I didn't think I could when I was younger. But I just always had these ideas. And when I was young and not understanding why people said what they said and acted the way they did, because of course we were all different, I came across this thing that was happening because I was born in 55, and in the 70s they started showing all these things about how they treated children who were different. They talked about people who were, they used to throw these children into institutions, and they would, honey, could you? Um, they would, they would, they just treated them so horribly that I just needed to fight for it. What that did for me is I said I started at 12. I started volunteering, working with children who were getting to stay at home and whose parents were struggling to be able to educate and take care of them. And what that turned into is a fierce desire inside of me to be able to really make a difference for those families. I never got to have my own children. That wasn't in the cards for me. What did happen is I can literally say that after 5 decades of working like this, I have helped thousands of families and their children. I became one of the first special education teachers. I was one of the first early intervention specialists. I literally have guided, my life has been guided by this seed that was planted because I was learning different too. So today I have created, after what I consider a pretty successful life of impacting families and helping them see what's above the line, all the really great, wonderful things that are above the line versus all the things that challenge us that are maybe below the line. And I help them see that more and more. And that was the reason that I chose to write this book. And so it was for me to be able to have my voice go further than just in my community, just in my county, just in my state, or any other place that I was able to share my messages. And I've also done a TEDx talk. So everything was, I geared my efforts so that my voice could be heard in more places. So what I realized through all of this development is that as we keep on focusing on what we were, and this is gathering what everybody has said today, as I focus more on what I believe I've been put on the earth to do, when I look back at every single thing that has happened and I see the reason or the season that it's in my life and the things that I feel like I'm supposed to be doing as I enter these last couple of decades of my life, because I am in my 70s too, and we're in good company here. But what really came forward for me as you can borrow this one, as I am becoming who I believe God wants me to be before I leave this planet. And what I intuited was the way to empower parents in whatever reason. And how this shows up for me, especially with women, because that's most of the people that come forward to help their children. It's not that our men don't want to, it's just that they don't feel capable of it. They don't have that piece of 9 out of 10 times. They don't have that piece of heart. They have the mind, but they don't have the necessary heart. And what I realized is that moms will do more for their children than they will do for themselves. And yet, unless they become empowered, they can't do the best for their children. So I've come up with this 4-step process, and it doesn't matter if your child has medical issues. It doesn't matter if your child has learning differences. It doesn't matter if they just don't get out of their own way. It's still the same process for a parent to be able to become a decision-making partner in the care and delivery of services for their child. So, 4 steps. The most important step is that a parent creates the ideal role that they need, they want, they can play for their child. And everybody's different. But in order to be able to develop that role, they have to be really clear about their beliefs, their thoughts, their feelings. What do they really want for their child? The second thing is to learn really what it takes for a child to learn, not only educationally, but about life. So what is the things that are getting in the way of their child and them being able to experience those things? So it takes a little bit of information getting, which is what we're doing all the time. What's going to help them be mentally healthy? What's going to help them make good decisions? What's going to help them be able to learn and be honored for their unique learning? The third step is to realize as parents, which is not something we focus on, it's like what we're doing here. Parents should never be doing this alone. We never do it alone. It takes a village to raise a child. But we feel, especially when something's going wrong with our children, we don't share. We hold on to it. And that's not how we find solutions, just like the way we're doing here. And the last step is taking that to the next step. We cannot do things without being together, because together Everyone accomplishes more. We know this, we've learned this. So when we realize that it's the coach, it's the, the athletic coach, it's the best friend's parents, it's the maybe medical professional or the therapist or the other people like a Mrs. Linda who just loves your kid so much. I I get to be part of your village to help you support your child in having the best experience in the world. Because what we're knowing about these days is that we have a lot of really brilliant kids that they just learn differently. And that's it.
Wow, thank you for sharing that. And first of all, I gotta say, for a woman who doesn't have kids, I can feel your passion for helping others' kids, and that is such a blessing. Teaching your sister, at a very young age, and you're still doing it, in your 70s. So thank you for doing the work you're doing. It's so amazing. Demet, did you want to comment on it? Because I saw you had a comment in the chat. So I want to know if you wanted to say something about what Linda just shared.
I love this conversation because I, as a parent, had struggled for a very long time with my son who had a lot of challenges throughout his schooling. And my son was eventually, long story short, diagnosed with ADHD as well as RFID, which is an eating disorder. And for a period of time, we were really investigating just hospitalizing him, just going with everything that every physician, as a parent, you just want to do what's best for your child. And so you're always, trying to figure out what does that look like. When really innately we know a lot of the answers ourselves, but we need the community to kind of support us. And to go to your point, Linda, I didn't share it with anybody. I was just so, how do I say this? What will that mean for our family? What does that mean for me as a parent? Like almost feeling somewhat of a failure for not realizing what was happening earlier on in his education. So I've come full circle. We're in a much better place. He did graduate from high school. We're looking at different colleges. I mean, there was a time where I was like, I don't think this kid is even going to graduate. Like it was really a struggle. But we need to have more of you, Lindas, out there that are really, really advocating for our children to really help parents as a community, as a village, when we are struggling with whatever is occurring in our families with our children.
Yeah.
So thank you for all your work. Really, really empowering.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank
Jen.
you. Yeah, thank you for that. And Linda, Linda is working on these villages, just like you mentioned, right? And so if you want to learn more about what she's doing, Linda, drop your, contact information in the chat, because there's something that, there are people out there that she's looking for people to help build those villages. So Linda, drop your contact info in the chat about that.
Yeah, I'll do that again. Yeah, that's and that's what I want to say also is that Linda I met her after I started writing my book and after I signed up with another group to help me publish it. But we've been staying in touch. And it was not ever something that I really wanted to do. But when I hit 70, it actually started at 65 for me because that was the year of COVID. But when I hit 70, I really started thinking, I have to get this message out. I'm not going to be here. I need to create this movement. And in my head, the movement was empowering enough parents to transformationally change the way our children are perceived, cared for, accepted, and educated around the world. And so I'm counting on this kind of visibility. And that's why I, sign me up for your influence group, because I know that it's going to be our strength to be able to have that happen. It's not one person, to be able to spread the word, the good
Yeah,
word.
definitely. Definitely. And thank you for that. And I saw Laurel, you had your hand up. Did you want to speak to that, Laurel?
Yeah, hello. Happy International Women's Day, everyone. And Linda, your message is so vital. My first daughter was in the spectrum at a time when they just weren't talking about it. And I learned so much. And the gift keep giving, because we learn so many tools for our whole family, especially the food and nutrition and so on, that we didn't, we all jumped in together. And I use it in my business today still, because it applies. It's so universal. And if I had to do anything over again, it would be that I would have a louder voice for her today. And yeah, so she's a great mom today. She's got 2 beautiful babies, and she's raising them organically, holistically, and with real true awareness. So thank you. Your work is so valuable.
Well, join me.
Yes, thank you, Laurel. Thank you for sharing that, and congratulations on getting to that next level. And that's the thing, is like, we got to keep going for our children, right? And so I'm gonna lower the hands of those who are up right now, because we're gonna go to the next speaker, which is Demet, and then after Demet is going to be Himani. Did I say your name right? Okay, cool. So we're gonna bring up Demet. Oh, wait, hold on. Everybody moved on my screen, so hold on a second. Okay, Demet, you are spotlighted, and I'm going to put the clock up, and you have 10 minutes.
Thank you so much. I'm actually wanting to share how I feel right now. My heart feels very full, and it's not a normal feeling that I get from Zoom meetings. So it's like the connection here is intense. So I just wanted to share that, not to sound corny, but this has been really a tremendous event thus far. So thank you for having me. Thank you, Linda and Action Takers Publishing, for hosting this wonderful event, empowering women to share our voices. Yes, my name is Demet Melody. I'm the founder of Thrive Beyond Trauma Center. I'm a trauma-informed guide. And I wanted to first say Happy International Women's Day. Today is a day where we celebrate the strength, resilience, and achievements of women around the world. But I wanted to begin to go back to something that Susan mentioned earlier. I think we're a kind of similar path, Susan, is that we celebrate the strength, resilience, and achievements of women around the world. But what we don't sometimes realize is a lot of times that begins with women feeling they have to be strong. Behind the strength that the world sees, there are often invisible wounds. So experiences that shaped us, moments that forced us to possibly grow up too fast, pains that we carried silently while still showing up for our families, our careers, and our communities. And I know this not as someone who just works in trauma healing, but as someone who has lived it. I'm a survivor of child abuse as well as domestic violence, and I spent decades just in numbness and shutdown in freeze mode. So, and also for many years, I believed that being strong meant I had to just keep pushing through, working harder, carrying more, never allowing anyone to see the pain underneath. But what I eventually discovered changed everything. And unfortunately, I have to admit here, it was through burnout, complete breakdown, that transformed. And to go to what Linda says earlier in this talk, that there was reasons for that to happen. I'm very grateful for that now. Trauma doesn't just live in our memories, it lives in our nervous system. And our nervous system is constantly scanning the world around us for safety or danger. When we experience trauma, the body adapts in incredible ways to help us survive. So some people move into fight, some people move into flight, some into freeze, which was more my kind of dynamic, and some into fawn, also something I'm very familiar with, becoming the person everyone else needs in order to stay safe. So these responses are not really weakness, they're actually intelligence. It's our body doing exactly what it was meant to do to protect us. But what happens for many people is that these survival responses, and I'm very familiar with them, they just don't turn off. The nervous system stays stuck in survival mode. And that can show up to what Susan described as anxiety. For me, it was burnout, it's hyper independence, people pleasing, or difficulty feeling safe when life looks stable. There's no reason to actually feel that in that moment. kind of her experience with having a panic attack in a driveway. I too, for many years, suffered from major anxiety, debilitating anxiety, to a point where I had generalized anxiety. I wouldn't even leave the home. But this is decades later of doing a lot of the transformational healing and what I needed to do to really get that out of my body. So there came a moment where I realized healing doesn't happen through willpower alone. You can't simply think your way out of trauma. And unfortunately, a lot of our traditional ways of dealing with trauma is the mind first. We deal with the top-down approach, mind, heart, body. But actually, it's really the reverse. It needs to start with what's happening in the body, then to the heart, then to the mind. You have to help the body feel safe again. And that's when everything began to change for me. So when we start working with the nervous system through breath, movement, awareness, and supportive relationships, the body slowly begins to shift, and the constant alertness softens, the exhaustion begins to lift, and something remarkable starts to happen. We move from surviving into truly thriving. And that realization led me to create Thrive Beyond Trauma Center, because so many people are functioning in survival mode and really don't even realize it. They've become incredibly capable, incredibly strong, but oftentimes very tired. So our work is focused on helping people move beyond survival into true healing through trauma science, nervous system regulation, somatic healing, and a supportive community. Healing trauma is also not about just coping with the past. It's actually reclaiming your life. So when women begin to heal, something extraordinary happens. They reconnect with their voice, they reconnect with their bodies, they reconnect with their sense of possibility. And a healed woman doesn't just transform her own life. She transforms her family, her children, her relationships, and her community. And I love that we're all talking about community here, because it's not just about us. It's not just about our nucleus. It's about what we can do to really transform others around us. And healing does definitely become generational. So I would leave this message for International Women's Day, is that your strength is not defined by how much pain you can carry. Your strength is defined by your willingness to heal. You're not broken. Your nervous system learned to survive. And with the right support, it can learn to feel safe again. And I also wanted to share, that's the close of my discussion here, but I also want to share a couple books that really changed my life, profoundly changed my life, actually. One is The Body Keeps the Score, which Susan mentioned earlier, by Bessel van der Kolk. He's a leading trauma expert, been doing this for decades. I did attend the trauma conference last year in Boston. Amazing experience there, and really going into the science of what really happens when we experience things early on, most time in childhood trauma experiences that infiltrate our bodies and show up in patterns throughout our lives, in our relationships, in our work, and in our homes. The other book I recommend is What Happened to You by Oprah Winfrey and Bruce D. Perry. Again, looking at trauma, but more through a lens of compassion and not judgment. And the one that I'm currently working on, almost at the end of it, but really just profound impact on how I view a lot of things, is The Myth of Normal by Dr. Gabor Mate, who's going to be here in California in April. So I'm excited to hear his talk, but really how Western society defines as normal. So our toxic health, behavior, and lifestyle is considered normal. And we really are looking at chronic levels of illness, stress, and mental health issues. So in closing, I just want to share a quote that I always love. It's by Maya Angelou, is that there is no greater agony than bearing an untold story in you. And for a long time, I never imagined I'd even be in a space today to even talk in front of everybody, let alone share kind of, what I've experienced in my life. And I'm very grateful for that, because now I see clarity. I see this is my calling, this is my purpose. And I really see myself as an advocate, along with my tribe here, I'll call you that, or my village or my community, and really trying to change the dynamics that we're seeing in our lives today. Thank you, everyone.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Another, big topic. And because it's such a big topic, Demet, first of all, I want to thank you for saying that this is, like, you've really had a great experience here today, because when I come up with ideas of things I want to do, I throw them out there, I do it, throw the spaghetti on the wall and see what sticks. And so you've helped me to see that this is something I need to continue doing, because I did stop doing it for quite a while, and I love it so much. And just hope that the people that come in love it as much as I do, right? So thank you for that. But I'd like to go and let's do a little discussion about this topic. I know several of you here today can totally relate to what Demet was sharing. And so I'm going to start with Laurel because I know Laurel's got something to say about this topic, about the body and everything there. So we'll start with Laurel, and then we'll just have a couple of you speak to this topic.
Yeah, well, I'm coming in from Canada, so Dr. Mate is a great Canadian, and the topic is one I've been immersed in for quite a few years, and so I love that there are so many here talking about it because it's very timely. What we've come through, since 2020, really brought so much to the surface, and the use of the internet is really creating so many more opportunities for people to learn about it. And thank you so much, Demet, for your insights and for your passion for the work.
And Demet, did you want to respond to that?
No, absolutely. And I think that that's really the key here, is that we're all talking about very similar things, and it's just trying to bring more of a collective to really kind of push the agenda of what we want to see. We are the ones that can make those changes. And we can do it as a collective spirit.
Yeah, definitely. And Susan, did you want to speak to that as well? You're muted. You want to mute?
I know. Okay. Yeah, I do, because I know that both my sons are just thriving. I mean, I don't even want to go into what they do and have, but people always say to me, how'd you do it? How'd you do it? Because I was a true single mom. And my always response was, I always wanted them. And because all I did was just throw love at them. That's all I did. And the only reason I did that is because I didn't have a mom. Yeah, I had a mom, she gave birth, but she was incarcerated. So I never had a mom at home. And then I had an absentee dad, because they both came over at 14 and 15, no degree, no skills. And so neither was home. And there were 6 of us. But anyway, you know my story. So I always wanted them. And because I always wanted them, because I didn't have a mom, so I wanted to be a mom, all I did was throw love at them. That's all. I don't know what else to tell you. All their bosses meet me. And the oldest one, he's 33 now, he's at Disney, and he's been promoted the most out of anyone. If there was like a Disney book, Guinness's World of Records, he's been the one that's been promoted the most and sent away to these countries to operate all these systems. Anyway, yeah, they all want to meet me. And even the second son, they all want to meet me. Like, how'd you do it? How'd you do it? And that's my only answer, is I just love them no matter what. And today they even know, no matter what, they both are in California now, I would be there. 6 hours is the flight. I would drop everything for them, and they know it. I didn't know what else to tell anyone, but that's how it is.
You want to respond to that, Demet?
I totally resonate. I have 4 kids, so I feel like my value for so long, it was and still is my relationship with them, and I really honor that, because a lot of times when I was going through very difficult, very dark days, and I've been very, very dark days, it really is my kids that pulled me through. The constant reminder of, no matter how bad I'm feeling, no matter what pops up, whether I was triggered that day, whatever may occur in that moment, my ultimate love and responsibility is to them. And they kept me in many ways safe. They really did. And still do. I'm in a much better place. So I don't think they need to worry so much about mom anymore, but there were moments, and I'm very grateful for that. And you're absolutely right, Susan. It's not only telling them that you love them, which is more than obviously more that you did for them. So a lot of times they talk about, you could say you love your children, but if they don't really feel it, if they don't really experience it, it's as if you're not there, So I think that's the challenge with a lot of us, is sometimes we feel like, well, we've said it, we've done what we have to do as parents, but it's really being there for them, being present, is very, very key. So thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you for that. And then Gail, you had your hand raised. You wanted to speak on this topic?
I want to just share that the empowerment that I'm feeling from our group, I see it taking it beyond our collective. I'm thinking about Linda Sloan Allen with her message. And immediately and this is how I operate because I've been involved in organizations and associations. I recognize the power of the organizations that bring together some key themes or focus. And so, for instance, I would PTA comes to mind in terms of empowering parents and how to do that. Those are topics that are important for them. I'm active here at the North Texas Disability Chamber. So there are groups out there where if you connect to them, you can have greater impact with your message. And I think that that's something that is a wonderful opportunity for all of us, is how can we take the voice that we're amplifying through our book or through this summit, other speaking engagements, to really ramp it up to reach a wider audience to have greater impact.
Awesome. Thank you for sharing that. Great ideas. I love that. I love that. And then Julie, you had your hand raised.
Yeah, I really appreciated what Susan and Demet said about loving our kids and getting through trauma. You know, we all experience trauma and throughout our life. When you're a child, you don't have the tools to manage it or even to even know that's what it is, because when you're growing up in it, it's just your life and it seems normal. And I was in my 50s before I recognized that my childhood was not great. I mean, I knew it wasn't great, but I didn't know how damaging it had been. I guess I should use a better word. How damaged I was. I did know I have 3 children. They're 32, 34, and 40, all out of the home. And they all still speak to me and still want to be around me. And I consider that like just the big giant check mark. And, thank you, Lord, that I did something right. I know, I mean, my kids do the thing where they say, "Hey, Mom, remember that time when you," and I'm like, "I was in a bad place. Let's don't talk about that." And I can now talk to my kids about my trauma. I mean, that they can understand their papa's dead and he was my stepdad. I didn't know it at the time. Just another revelation. 8 years ago, I found I had a different father. So just all of that. And I had to go through that. I had to go through abandonment therapy and all the things. It is important to love your kids. And so what often I know that my parents who raised me were damaged people. They were broken people. My mother had come through World War II in England. She lived in an industrial city where they got bombed all the time. And I'm never going to say they did the best they could, because I don't think we should excuse everyone's bad behavior. And I know that sounds very, I've forgiven my mother's still living, and I forgive her on a regular basis for betraying me. And I promise you, I just actually was working on a meal I'm taking her tomorrow. But when my kids were little and stuff happened, I would hear my parents' their voice come out of my head, and I was like, whoa, I don't want to do that. So there were things that I recognized that they had done that had really messed me up. But there were other things that I did that didn't come out till later, when I found out how I kind of scarred my kids. And me being an anxious person and being very driven made me expect that of my children, and I expected them to be exactly like me and perform like me. And until I figured out before they got out of high school that I was wrong. But we pass on our trauma to our kids. Hopefully I haven't done it to my granddaughter. So anyway, I hope that's helpful, but we do need to forgive, but we also need to own our trauma and deal with the people who traumatized us.
Did you want to respond to that, Demet?
Yeah, I actually do because I had a lot of challenges with my mother, and I do agree. It is kind of hard to say, well, they did the best they could. My mother is still living, and I do have a relationship with her, but it's been very up and down. You know, she it was, I should say, a part of the dynamic that I experienced growing up from a very young age. So I think it was important, though, to address that you don't really have to come from a place of complete forgiveness. I've had a challenge with that off and on throughout the years, but it's more of understanding where it came from. So I look at from the lens of looking at the generational trauma, because that's something that's very, very real. It's something I experienced in my life with my parents. I passed on, unfortunately, some of that to my kids. And really, I wanted to see it as an opportunity to let's change the dynamic going forward for future generations. And the only way you can start doing that is to be aware of it yourself. And for the longest time, I wasn't even aware. There were so many secrets. I learned from a very young age to keep my mouth shut. And so honoring my voice, speaking to the reality of what I experienced, supporting other people, both women and men, that have gone through similar things is very important. And it's really forgiving yourself. It's forgiving yourself for all the years of guilt, blame, shame that made you feel stuck for in my case for decades. So I agree. I agree that we don't have to always give them an out, but maybe not come so much from a place of judgment, maybe come for a little bit of compassion because they too experienced whatever it was that damaged them, and then they reared us with those tools or lack thereof.
Yeah, these are great topics that you all are bringing up, and so thank you for bringing them, giving me some things to think about, and hopefully the other ladies here as well. And none of us has all the answers to anything, and everybody's experiences are completely different. And so it's interesting when I hear you all speaking, and there's some things that spark thoughts in my mind to make me reflect, like back on how I'm being or how other people in my life have affected me in whatever way, shape, or form. So thank you for bringing these topics here. I'm loving this. I'm hoping y'all are loving it too, as much as I am. And just the conversations have been great. What we're going to do is we're going to go to our next speaker. We have Himani is next, and then after her is Laurel, and then after Laurel is Bana. And if you want to speak after Bana, go ahead and put your name. I want to speak in the chat, and then I'm just going to keep everybody going in order that we see that I see the names coming up. So next up is Himani. Let me see if I can find you here. I'm going to bring you up, spotlight you, and we're excited to hear what you have to share today. We're talking about empowerment. We're talking about impact. I'm going to put the timer up on the screen. You have 10 minutes. Himani, it's your time.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Happy International Women's Day to everyone. And I just got Linda's email yesterday. I mean, I have gotten her emails before, but I thought let me attend the session today and see, because I don't think I've been here before. But it's a nice opportunity to come and meet everyone, and it's I mean, and hear each one's experience. So I come, basically I'm from India. I grew up in New Delhi, and I'm being the eldest daughter. I have a middle sister and the younger brother. So I'm the eldest and child. And I came to US after my marriage. And even before my wedding, like in Indian, culturally, we're a little different. Women are also subservient generally to men unless they're very dominant. So I was told, oh, once you get married, you won't have time to even use the restroom out of your own wish. You'll have to, many times you'll have to forego it and sacrifice many things for your family. And because women have to tend to their children, husband first, and then think of themselves later on. So it was, I realized later that, yeah, it is true that after marriage, we become even more we have subservient, we have to deal with the family issues first. And now I have a teenage daughter, so I am an example to her. I mean, even though sometimes I don't agree with her, I do have to be an example to her, and it's because she is 23 now. Sorry. So, and I got married to my husband. We are like not very, we don't have common habits a lot. In fact, we are opposites, but somehow we are getting along. And so I realize the challenges of marriage, and so it's been a hard, challenging life for me. But I was a journalist in India, written for the Newswire Press Trust of India, and worked as a correspondent. And then I was also working on the book on human rights of Tibetan people, because coming from India, Tibet is a big issue, hot topic, and I met His Holiness the Dalai Lama. But it's a sensitive topic, so I might have to work on that book and maybe some point come out with. In fact, I worked on this topic in college too, and one of my professors said that you can, of course, that chapter was on how the media has covered Tibet and their human rights, and so that could be a chapter in the book. So one of my professors, he had suggested you can keep working on it, and so that was the idea of writing a book. But I'm also interested in writing other topics like fiction and other things. And one of my greatest ideals for a woman, initially it was my grandma and then my mother. My grandma was very religious. My mother, she's very educated herself, and she always encourages us to do things. And of course, now my other challenges were to, family life and other things. So I now write on the side. Being in journalism, I write on the side. I've tried some teaching, but I write on the side, but I like doing taxes too. So hopefully I will, juggle those 2-3 jobs. I mean, 2 jobs at least. But one of my issues was the book, which has been on the back burner. So maybe I can work with Linda for it, or because it's been just lying over over all these years, and it's been getting delayed. I wanted to go into teaching, but I also love working with numbers. And it's not been easy in the United States looking for a job itself. People were not being hired. So I said, okay, I have to try to keep my options open to get the job. The writing can be on the side. So other than that, I try to focus on my health, and now I'm almost 54, and I'm trying to focus on my health issues. I had a hernia surgery 2 years ago, and I try to be a role model for my daughter because she looks up to me, and I try to do it as much as I can because no one's perfect, Nobody's perfect. And I had a nice childhood. My father encouraged me everything. We had good education and good schools and other things. But being the eldest daughter, I was a little submissive. So it took me a long time to come out of my shell. I was a little introvertish. So it took me a long time to come out of my shell. But then later on, I realized that, things can change if you really try your best. So I've kept my options open. I might go into I'm working towards going into taxes or in the accounting field, but the writing part would, I think, still be on the side. My husband, I have faced a little domestic violence, and being a little submissive also. Like I said, in my family, I was the oldest, so my mother and parents, they looked at me, to guide my younger brother and sister. So that kind of a pressure is always there. And so I try my best to, juggle the duty of a wife and everything. And despite everything, it's a little challenging. So how I do manage is I go through meditation. I'm into Tibetan meditation. And that helps me a little bit, you know, even Indian kind of meditation, Vipassana, and the chanting of mantras and other things. So I try to go into the religious side, which was inculcated more by my grandma. You know, she was very religious. So that kind of religious upbringing has been always there. And then my mom always encouraged me to go and get a job, be more outgoing, and try to get study more. And you know, she's a writer herself. She writes poems, and so I have been trying my best. You know, hopefully in past next 2-3 years, I'll be able to become what I really am. It's been a struggle since then. Ever since like past 20 years, I've been US, but I've been trying to go through all kinds of jobs and see what fits me best. But you know, being a woman and especially of color, probably in the US, it's been hard for me. So it was, but like I am hearing all your stories, and I feel I'm not the only one. It's a challenge for many people. Like I heard Demet's story and Linda's story. So it's not that I'm. Everyone has their challenges, you know. So it depends on how you accept them, and then how you fight your challenges, how you go over your challenges and try to survive through that battlefield. So I mean, my husband he's into IT, but it's I look for his advice at times. But it's like he's always encouraging me, but sometimes he's like, try to make your own decisions. He gives me the opportunities at the same time. He try to make me more independent so that I can make my own decisions and not look up to him all the time. So I think it's a good in a way, because women's liberation, it's good for women, but then how long, you know, you at some point you have to I think when the 50-50 concept comes in, when women and men have to be the same, but then at some point you have to work together. So that's what on International Women's Day I was thinking, that we have to be free but not be subservient either, but still we have to work with the family in the family segment, because if we go our own ways, then the family doesn't survive, right? So but then the next year I want to do well, but probably come out with a book and try to get a good job, try to help my family. And it's been hard because more of my family is in India, back in India than here. We have some relatives, but the support system to some extent is through friends, you know. So the support system matters a lot, right? And it's like someone said, it takes a village. So look forward to help from others and Linda's help probably. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us today and sharing your story, your message, you know, what you're doing here. And it is interesting because you know, as I mentioned earlier, like we all have different lives, we've all experienced different things, but you know, sharing the idea of the village to help each other. And it's the village isn't just for the children, right? The village is for us as we get older. I myself didn't even start this like personal development journey until I was 51. I didn't even like women because they were so mean to me throughout all my, you know, my past history. And so women scared me. So for me to be surrounded by women is a completely different environment for me. And I love it now because I'm now surrounded by the right women. Right.
Yeah, like one of my friends said, let's support women, because sometimes women, you know, they bitch against each other. They don't let the others rise because of jealousy and other things.
Right.
So you'll find such women too. So we should help uplift each one together, you know, together ourselves.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks for bringing that to us. And Laurel, you wanted to comment on what Hemani shared?
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing your story. I can relate on so many levels that I married a man who's who grew up, from the 50s. I grew up in the 60s. And, sometimes I think he wants the woman in the kitchen, which I love to be, apron and cooking and all of that. But then he likes the idea of having the goddess, so to have the best of both worlds, and to find your identity inside of that. I have many friends who are from India, and I have watched them over the years, arranged marriages and the great conversations around that, how, they have the choice to be, to or not to, and how that can really serve because you marry someone or partner with someone who has the same customs and so on, values as the family. And then there's the other. And what you speak about, not feeling supported because family is far away. And I actually have such an estranged relationship with my mother that it's taught me so much that, I got in the long run, the healing for me came from realizing that I got to choose my family. It's not the blood family, but it's the chosen family. And they get me more than my real family does. But I really feel your heart and your story. And thank you so much, Hermione, for sharing that and bringing that to the table today.
Yeah, because sometimes mothers are also not very supportive. I have a younger sister, so she's more close to her than I am, but the challenges are always there.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. And I see, Demet, you have your hand raised. You wanted to speak on this?
Yeah, thank you so much, Imani, for sharing your story. And I was just thinking about the cup of coffee that I've slowly been drinking throughout this meeting, but probably can't see what it says on here. But just to share, it says, "I do not wish women to have power over men, but over themselves." So it's the idea of we don't have to play this gender war of who's better, who needs to be the leader. It's really understand that we want to empower ourselves. We want to have a voice. We want to feel strong. We want to trust our gut. We want to show up, whether it's in career, with family, in community. And I too struggled actually a really long time because I come from a corporate healthcare background where when I did have female bosses, they were very hard on me. They were very difficult to work for. And it was in those years, and I think the shift is happening, but it's the idea of, well, we have to be men in these roles because, I'm a VP now, I'm a CEO, I'm a CEO. We have to operate the way a man does. And we have value in our own ways of leadership and how we show up as women leaders. So I would say that, you looking to all of us here as future collaborators, mentors, I feel like there's so many people here in this event that can be really helpful to encouraging you in your writing and really look at what you feel most passionate about. I think that comes really the most important thing is to follow what speaks to you. What is your ultimate, oh, if I had this now, this is what I really want to do, and just take the steps, whether it's baby steps or long-term goals. Just take the steps towards that. Doesn't have to be perfect. It's your journey of finding what is your calling.
Yeah.
So best of luck.
Thank you for sharing that. Great advice for sure for all of us to listen to. And I love your coffee mug. So next up, Bana, did you want to speak to what Himani shared?
Yes, thank you, Sal. Thank you, Linda, for giving this, giving the mic to me. And Himani, I resonate with you. There are a lot of things which are common between you and me. The journey of relocating, of moving from one country to another, I share that with you. I share the journey of not having a family around you, not having a support system around you. I share that with you. I share the fact that there are siblings and that you have to be responsible to the siblings. I share that part with you too. So there are parts that I share with you, and I totally resonate with what you're saying. And I understand the pain that you're going through. And at the same time, I also want to tell you that this is the time that God has given you to find yourself. This is the best time. That's exactly what I did. The moment I shifted from my family and there was distance between me and my family, that's when I found myself. That was long, long time ago, but that's exactly what I did. So this is an opportunity. Don't look at it as, something that you don't have. You look at it as an opportunity to find yourself, to find exactly who you are. That's the best part of, this phase of your life. And these are phases. Phases will come and go, friends will come and go, family will come and go. We are all living in a train journey. If you look at it that way, people will drop in, people will, new people will join. So you will have different people joining you and you will have different people leaving you. So look at it that way and take this as an opportunity to find more strength in yourself. And you will have that. I can hear it. I'm sure all of us can hear it. It's just that you need to find it yourself. Thank you.
Sure, I will.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing that, Vanna. And I saw a lot of heads shaking with that one for sure. So yeah, thank you again. Again, thanks, Himani, for being here, sharing your story, your message, and everybody participating in sharing their thoughts on that as well. We're going to go to our next speaker, so I'm going to lower the hands. But our next speaker is Laurel. Laurel, haven't seen you in a while, so it's good to see you today. And so you're going to have let me see, find you. Let's see, everything jumped around. You have 10 minutes on the clock. Today, we're talking about empowerment and we're talking about impact. So Laurel, you have the floor. Can't wait to hear what you have to share.
Thank you so much, Linda, girlfriend. It's been a while. And thank you for the timer. I need that structure. So I wanted to start by reading something I created for International Women's Days, a day that I've been celebrating for many years, and always in some format of coming together with other women. So I want to say that the woman I admire most isn't the one who has all the answers. She's the one who asks the deeper questions. She's curious about her body. She notices the subtle changes. She pays attention to what others overlook. And even when she's told everything is fine, she still listens to the quiet voice inside that and knows that something isn't quite right. She isn't difficult. She's discerning. She isn't rebellious, but maybe sometimes. But she's definitely not vengeful. She wants honesty. She's thoughtful enough to question what doesn't make sense. This kind of woman doesn't settle for surface answers. She learns. She observes, she grows wiser with every experience. She's the one who notices when something in her body feels off, even when she's told everything looks normal. She's invested in her health. She's tried the protocols. She's followed the advice. And over time, she's learned something really important, that her health is not generic. A woman's body carries her stories. Her stress, her resilience, her rhythms, her lived experience. And over time, something beautiful happens. She stops outsourcing her authority because she sees deeper than what most people think is truth. She trusts the signals of her own body, her intuition, and her lived experience. When a woman reaches that place, she understands herself deeply, and in a way that she becomes a powerful force for change. Today, I celebrate the women who are willing to think deeply, question bravely, and trust themselves fully. Our world needs more women like her. So happy International Women's Day, gorgeous woman. And this day, on this very forum, in this platform, because of Linda, years ago, I met a woman from the United States who was part of the National Women's Trail in the US. And they'd been creating this map, and I had several calls with her. I even joined, as a Canadian, I joined the American Women's National Parks Program to be on this journey with the women. And what disturbed me was that all of these amazing women, starting with the movement, the suffragettes, and that map stopped at the Canadian border. And I thought, what is this all about? And I wanted to be part of taking that map across the border. I've spent a lot of physical time in the United States. I intentionally got my first business coach in San Diego so I could be down there more often. And I've traveled the United States extensively for business, but it's because my passion is women and their stories. And through this journey of meeting those women, I started doing more DNA research and so on. And I found that something that many of you American women may understand or relate to is Susan B. Anthony. Can I just see a show of hands of who knows who Susan B. Anthony is? I did not know who she was. And then I discovered in these recent years that I can open up my family tree and she's there. I am a descendant of her on my mother's side. And I thought, this is really amazing. No one in my family knew this because we can become disconnected. So that's really amazing. But also then in those years and in my searching, I discovered that on my father's side, through his mother's line, so Susan B. Anthony was the first woman to be arrested for voting illegally. And on my other side, I am connected 5 generations back to Louise McKinney. McKinney is my maiden name. And because of her, women in Canada are able to vote. And I thought, how can we not know this in our family? So it has a lot to do with the journey that I've been on. I didn't identify as an abused child or that I grew up with trauma. I didn't discover that. What the meaning behind all of that. And actually, all of you that have spoken have shared that challenge, that trauma that you lived earlier in life is why you do what you do today, because your passion, your purpose was being revealed to you. So for the work that I do today is based on that journey. So after decades of studying language, body language communication, and psychosomatic patterns and therapy, I was a teacher of those processes for decades. I saw that women's bodies physically form around the emotional stress that they've lived. Their face, their posture, their breath, and their movement all tell the story of their lives, because basically we look how we feel about what's happened to us in our lives. I'm trained as a master face reader, a body reader, and I don't need to know your story. It's not anything psychic. I'm trained to understand the patterns of how you've fleshed out. And clearly what I saw as a body language communication expert was that women were displaying the way that they felt, and it overlapped into their relationships, their choices. And over time, I started to see this so deeply that I felt I needed to find more training to understand how to relay this, because it was, I was very good at it. I would tell them things that those living with them didn't understand about them. And it wasn't psychic work, but I was kind of put into that category. And for them to benefit from it, I needed to find a way for them to easily understand so I could fast track them. So along the way, I found methods that you may understand or have heard of human design. I've been in training with that for several years already. But then I also discovered hair tissue mineral analysis, because our minerals respond to our emotions. And human design, most people learn it from a reading, but I've learned to understand how to live the embodied message that comes through in our birth chart, through our minerals and our purpose, what we're here to live. So all of you speak to all of those different areas that I feel so passionately about. And I have a little gift for you, and I'll post it in the in the chat box, because one of the ways that I reach people is through a private podcast, and one of them is Because Her Body says so, and it's really about understanding her from that level, because there are no accidents. Everything can be explained through your body. It's not easy to be on the path that you're on, but it's the clues that you're being given all the time. And it's once those doors or windows are open, and it's our responsibility to tap into that deeper meaning of it. So I love these conversations. I love you, Linda. I love that we've had this connection for so many years, and that I can be here today because I've been in hiding, not in hiding. I've been in my cave learning and studying deeper so that I can bring this message out to reach more women. So thank you so much for today. Oh, Linda, I bumped. Oh, there she is. Oh, Sally, there we go.
Yeah, well, thank you for sharing that. And you know, I've really been into the human design, and I love that you do that. So maybe you could talk a little bit, just maybe a little bit more about that, just quickly.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. And so nice to see you too, Sally. So the deep work that I was doing with psychosomatic therapy, I knew that there was still a missing piece. And when I found human design, it was like those parts of me that nobody could ever really put their finger on, or that I could say succinctly those words about myself, because my design is I live a challenging design, and actually the first time I experienced it, the woman that I spent the next couple of years with learning from her, the first thing she said to me, she says, "Well, I'm really amazed that you're still alive today." And I knew exactly what she meant. But in my design, I know that these things that I've been told all my life, how having a long lifeline and having all of these skills and abilities, but I also have an energy that's very imposing. And I needed, that comes with a lot of pressure. And I knew already I needed to learn ways to be around other people because they can project on me and feel projected by me. They feel the pressure from me. My children always used to say they would be looking for the eyes on the back of my head because I have a way of being that I see the future. And I don't understand how I see that, but it's in me and it comes through my voice. So I'm here living exactly what I'm supposed to do. And I am more me today than I have ever been. And really, I came alive at 50. For my 50th birthday, I was in Bali taking my first yoga teacher trainings. And that is true for all of you women, that the first 40 some years is about being in that uncomfortable place, for some of you more than others. And then after that, it's stepping into the tremendous years of being 50 and 60 and 70. I never liked that word, the crone. I X that out, because we are queens stepping into a greater time in our life. The more uncomfortable, the more painful your experience has been, the more important it is to you at a soul level to share that message out there with the world, whether it be for your daughters, your mothers, your aunts, your uncles, and for those who have already passed behind you. When you do the work on you, and just facing your challenges and being the better version of you every day, we heal 7 generations back and 8 forward. And I've lived long enough that I am seeing it with my daughters, my granddaughters, and we can't do the work for them. But when we do it for us, we are doing it for them, and that's how we model for them. So thank you so much for asking, Sally.
Welcome. You're welcome. Well, thank you so much for sharing and for being part of this. And it's good to see you again. Okay. Anya, you're next. I don't have the timer, so I will just wave when your time is up. So hopefully you'll be able to see me. I'll give you a 1 minute to go, and then when your time is up, I'll wave. How's that?
Sure.
Um, okay. So yeah, Banya, please share.
Okay, so this all the women that have been speaking here so far have really overwhelmed me to an extent, because there's so many topics and there are so many concerns that you bring forward, which resonates very well with me. But at the same time, I would like to share with you here today, because we are talking about impacting, and I think Gail spoke about leadership, and I want to bring forward here a topic that is on leadership. There is something called self-leadership, which is you talk about yourself. So let me begin with first introducing myself. My name is Bania Barua. I specialize in leadership development, and I'm a business coach and a leadership coach through my firm SAMC. And I'm based in Melbourne, Australia, but I also work with America, India, and many other countries, UK as well. So coming back to, so from that aspect, the research that I've been doing all this while for quite some time now. I had a corporate life where I also worked with a lot of women. I was in human resources, and that led me to do my PhD, that led me to get into academics. I teach leadership, and the research has taught me a lot of things that tells me that women, especially women, need to look inside themselves. I think that is one common theme that all of us have been coming down to, that we need to look inside ourselves. And there is a lot of strengths inside us that we are born with, may have been given genetically, may have been given through the environment that we were born in, but we grew up in all those environments, those friends, families, relatives. I have had a lot of people who were not part of the family, but they have influenced me. It's the same must be for all of you out there. So bring those knowledge that you have inside you. First, delve inside you and think of all those things that you have learned or you grew up with. Let me just go back to an ant. Have you seen an ant? And have you seen how an ant does its job? Takes food from one place, goes to the anthill, keeps it, comes back again, takes another morsel of food, and walks back there. Or there could be a line of ants doing the same thing. Have you ever stopped an ant? As a child, one of my favorite things was to stop at the ant line. The line of ants going, I would just put my finger there and I would stop it. And the ants would walk around that and go on. So that's exactly what I'm trying to say here, that ants do not stop at obstacles. They continue their work. And they do it. I'm using ant because the ant has very little tiny steps, but they are very sure of what they're doing, and they continue doing it despite the obstacles. And they always go back to their strength. They always go back to what is inside them. That is tenacity. They go back to resilience. They go back to what they are good at. And that's what I'm trying to remind you all out here today, that, in our journey of transforming ourselves, becoming a better person with a growth mindset, and learning to new things at the same time. People are learning AI, people are learning about how to transform themselves and various other things. We have all of us ladies here have strengths, have learned, have taken up trainings in so many various things. We specialize in so many various things. And those are external learnings that we have taken up on ourselves. And we do that. But while we are transforming, we forget that there is 30% of us. Research says that leadership transformation or development happens, 70% can be learned, but 30% comes from inside us, something that we already have in us. It is this 30% that I'm reminding you all of today. A lot of us, we talk about going backwards and getting into. I'm talking backwards because I'm visualizing that we are retracting ourselves into ourselves. So we go back and we check what our strengths are. We understand what we were born with, and once we use that in a flight or fight situation, they are of better use because they are our home ground. Those strengths that we are born with, or those strengths that our immediate childhood upbringing gave us, are those strengths that will stand by us forever. That's our home ground. That's how we learn. That's how we are at our best. And our default settings, that is our default settings. That's exactly who we are. The rest are good to have. They are tools that are good to have, but the actual strength comes from inside you. If I look at it from now, I'm a lot into physical activity. I'm getting my mind into actually having that 1 hour of physical training. So I'll give another example of how how those tools, those whatever we use, whatever training we get, external training that we get, are those tools. But the inherent leadership, it comes from our muscles, the muscles that we have in us, we were born with. So use those muscles, get those muscles out there, working for you, and that will strengthen you better. That is what I have learned over all these years. And I think a lot of you already are speaking in that language. All of you, as I'm just interpreting it into a different language and just saying it in a different way, but all of you are talking the same thing. All of you are talking about, using your strengths, learning how to build yourself from inside you, learning how to be a part of yourself. And that's exactly where I come from, that going back into yourself, rediscovering who you are is one of the biggest ways of bringing up your strengths, of learning how you can be in your home ground at your best. I don't think I need those 10 minutes, Sally. I give it back to you. I've been very concise in what I'm trying to say, and I've been very, very, just given a few illustrations, but been absolutely generic in how I've shared what can impact you best.
Yeah, that's great. And I love that, you talk about uh, looking at our inside out and working ourselves from the inside out, because I think a lot of times people think, oh, I need to work on the outside, because that's what people see. But I think it's true. A lot of our strength does come from the inside. And Susan Louis has raised her hand. Susan, why don't you
Yeah,
talk
no, I
about
wanted, she's spot on. When I get my clients, and I've been doing RTT for 4 years, I don't give them what it is that they want. Like they'll come to me for motivation, for confidence, to sleep, for whatever they want. Okay. Stop procrastinating. They either want something that they don't have or they have something they don't want. But I can't give it to them. What I do in our session in the 2 hours, it's like, if you never clean your windshield on your car, right? It's just going to get more and more smudge. And before you know it, you can't even see through it. Okay, here's a good example. They come to me and they want a 6-pack. Well, guess what? You have a 6-pack. It's just covered over. You just got to remove what's covered over. I mean, the 6-pack is there. And it's just like the windshield example. Everything is in you. You're born with confidence. When you're a baby, you'll throw up on your auntie's brand new dress. You don't care. But then you learn that, oh, I'm not enough. or you learn that I shouldn't, or I'm not good enough, or whatever it is, the stuff that we learn that just covers up who we are innately. So yeah, Banya, what you were saying is just spot on. I just have to remove all the crap that we've covered up ourselves with. And once you do that and you find yourself, you're just free. You're just empowered. And that's my job, to remove all that stuff that got in the way so you can see your six pack.
Banya, you want to respond to her?
Yeah.
Yep, Susan, I just totally agree that there's a six pack in everyone, and the six pack is not always physical; it is also mental. There is a mind strength too, and there's a six pack in the mind strength as well, which needs to be unraveled. So, and we forget to do that, with all the things around us, or with everything that we are experiencing, and with all the influences and with all the environmental pressures, stresses, anxieties, and those all build on, as you just said, the windscreen gets smudged, and it just increases the fog in between. And that's where it has to change. And it comes from the first awareness that I need to change myself. Or it doesn't even have to be change. The change is the wrong word, I think, out here. What it should be, I need to rediscover myself. Because it's all in me, it's all there. And when all of us are speaking, that's the thing that comes through. Either we are a few of us out here, maybe, who have found that thing, who have realized and who have had that self-awareness to know that, yes, these are our strengths and we can play on them and then grow on them. And there are a few others who might be going through that rediscovering phase. So there are out here, what I hear is a lot of people, a lot of us, and I call us people, I do not call us women, because though we are celebrating International Women's Day, we are first and foremost humans, and we are first and foremost, people. And then we are our gender. That's how I look at it. So coming from that perspective, yes, we need to celebrate women, but we also need to celebrate the human beings, the people that we are.
Yeah, awesome. Well, thank you. Thank you, Banya. Does anyone have anything else they want to say to Banya before we head over to the next speaker? Banya, thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you for having me.
Awesome. So next is Karen Bass. Let me, there you are.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. My name is Karen Bass. I'm in Atlanta, Georgia, and I really appreciate all the stories I've heard. Happy International Women's Day. But I also want to give gratitude to a couple of people, starting with Kathy Dirksen. I participated in a collaboration book with Kathy in 2024. It's called The Evolution of Leadership in STEM, Women Catalyzing Change. I have to look at the book, Kathy, because the name is so long. But that was really the icebreaker for me. And then, of course, I appreciate Sally and Linda who have put this summit on for us. And so I come from a background of STEM sales. I've had a career in sales as an individual contributor, as a leader, and I'm in this transition phase of retirement. So I want to share a couple of concepts with you all and some of my values. But first of all, everything that I've heard that we're all kind of talking about is fail, grow, share. Now, fail might sound a little harsh, but it might be becoming, but essentially that's kind of the formula that we're talking about here. Fail, grow, and then share. That's what we're doing here, of course. And then some of the concepts that I live by is agile, not stagnant, brave, not perfect. Of course, that's not mine. That's a fabulous book by Rashma Jujani. And then open, not closed. And I always believed this is something I would always share with my teams. I'm a golfer. The scramble team always wins. In other words, we're stronger together. So I want to share a couple of just my values, and the way I'm living my life now is that if the people, if the organizations are not in alignment with my values, which are family, collaboration, community, wellness, and innovation, then I probably, doesn't mean they're bad things, I probably won't engage because I don't have to now. I have the opportunity to make different kinds of choices. And so one of the choices, so I have on this yellow jacket is, again, I was a corporate salesperson. I was pretty buttoned up. I always had the navy blue skirt suit on or pantsuit. It was navy blue. And I even have an avatar that I have of myself, and I have the little hair, and I had a navy blue suit on. And this past week I said, I've ditched the blue suit and I'm moving to a yellow biker jacket, which is more my style. And so hence that's why I have on this yellow biker jacket. It's just kind of the symbolism of moving on to a new, better phase in my life that I'm happy to share. And so one of the things that I'm doing as a part of, we're talking about being authors or wanting to be authors, is in addition to the collaboration book, I've also done a children's book that really hasn't been published yet. So I'll probably be, possibly looking into how to do that. But it's a book that I did. It's called Kit, The Adventures of Kit the Purple Panda. And I have a sister who's been going through a lot. She's had several cancer surgeries, and panda's her spirit animal. So to kind of keep her engaged and to make things fun and to teach her about AI, we did this children's book together. So that was really fun. And the other thing that I think that I am leaning in pretty hard in my new phase of life is uplifting other women's voices. And so many of you have spoken to that, and I've been giving you the hearts, and I might even say amen, sister, on some of the comments, because it's so true. So I am curating a book. I'm kind of following the lead of some of the people that I've admired, like Kathy and Linda. And my book is called No One Said It Would Be Easy, a woman's story. And it's kind of an umbrella collaboration book that allows women to talk about their stories of resilience and overcoming. And so, the book, it's coming along a little slower than I'd like. I still need some authors if any of you are interested. But the other thing that I'm doing, because I think I think you have to give and take in your community, is I've started a micro podcast. It's called the Author's Corner Spotlight, and it's on LinkedIn Live every Wednesday at 12 o'clock noon Eastern time. And what I'm doing is giving authors an opportunity to share their story. And I essentially, you got to go out and look at the one with Linda and I. It was a lot of fun. I'm asking people, hey, why did you become an author? How has it changed your life? How can we help others to join it? And so if there's anyone on here who's written a book, this is my call to action. And then I'm going to wrap up pretty quick here. Is my call to action is that if you want to participate in my micro podcast, I'd love to have you. If you want to engage offline on anything, if you come to Atlanta and you want to play golf, please reach out to me. I'd love to play 9 holes with you. But I'm going to leave it at that. I'm learning a lot from this summit, and I'm, like I said, I'm in transition. I'm going from the blue suit to the yellow biker jacket. So that's me, everybody. Thank you so much for the spotlight.
I'm back. First of all, I gotta say, yellow looks amazing on you. Doesn't yellow look great on her?
Thank you.
I think there are 2 colors that not everybody can pull off: yellow and orange.
Yeah.
So if you can pull off yellow and orange, more power to you. I can't. But yeah, Karen, thank you so much for sharing your message and your story. And her book is coming along. No One Said It Would Be Easy, A Woman's Story. If you want to learn more about that, Karen, drop your contact information in the chat so they can reach out to you to learn more about like what the book is about and what you're looking for as far as the stories go. This message just, it seems to be resonating through the entire event is about, ourselves. Who are we? What are we showing up as? Who are we being? Who are we becoming? And all that stuff. And so I'm loving that kind of like that common thread about this this topic. Would anybody like to speak to what Karen just shared? And I was kind of chuckling because I saw Harumi's. She's got like a video there where her picture comes in. I was like, what is happening down there, Harumi? Kathy, go ahead. Go ahead, Kathy.
I just wanted to reflect, Karen, yes, that yellow jacket is perfect. I love it. You're glowing. I love that. And thank you for acknowledging kind of where the book took you, the first book, and now where you're going. And I love hearing stories like that book was the catalyst that shifted something, that started something new. And I always love to say that these books open doors that we didn't even see before.
Absolutely.
So thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing, and Kathy for your comments on that. What we're going to do is go to our next speaker, Karen Isaacs. Let me see, where is she? There she is. Okay, Karen Isaacs. But before I bring Karen up, I want to just share, Karen has done 2 books with us, her solo books that she's done with us, and then she's been in 1 or 2 of the collaborative books. And so it's exciting to work with the collaborations as well as the solo authors. It gives us an opportunity just to get the messages out there and share the stories. Because our mission at Action Takers Publishing is to empower 5 million women and men to share their stories with the world to make a greater impact on the planet. And it's Sally, I think you told me yesterday, we're at like number 728.
749.
749. We got a little ways to go, to get to the 5 million, but you got to start with that first step, right? You take that first step, you invite that first author, hear that first story, and then it just keeps snowballing after that. So Karen has done 2 books with us. She is the aging icon. Karen, I'm going to give you the spotlight. You'll have 10 minutes on the clock. And today we're talking about empowerment as well as impact. So Karen, the floor is yours.
Okay, so I am the person that doctors, lawyers, and caregiving professionals call when their clients have been sitting on the fence for over a year and it's the most difficult situation for them to deal with. My name is Karen Isaacs, best-selling author, legacy coach, and improv event host. I didn't think that I had a story because I didn't have anything terrible happen to me. I don't have any stories like all these people have, and that is, it seems, I don't know that that was actually always the way books were, because I happen to like crime and police fiction, but in trying to learn how to write a book and how to get my message across, everything that I was hearing was that you had to tell your story of overcoming something. And I never had anything to overcome. I was brought up by my parents were pretty far apart in age. My father was 32 and my mother was 19 when they got married. And so my father was very interested in theater and always encouraged myself and our neighbors to put on plays and to be part of it and to go to shows. And he would actually take us out of school to go to see shows and learn in different ways. My mother ran political campaigns. I'm sorry I said the word political, but it's part of what shaped me into wanting to help people. So I was always someone who said, how can I do things for other people? How can I impart what I see as an injustice for other people? or something that I thought people should learn. So when I started my first business in 1976, it was because I got fired a lot, but it was always because I saw something that wasn't being done right or could be done better. And and finally I said, I'm just going to start my own business. And it was very successful. I had the right time, the right place. And so I was able to build a very big business. And then my story in the first collaborative book I was in was Never Give Up. And I wanted to get out there. I wanted to tell my stories. But when Linda said, you only have to write 3,000 words, that was the thing that clicked to me. I knew I couldn't really get to sit down. Where was I going to have the time? I had every excuse that everybody has. But when she said, okay, I know that I've written a lot of articles, I've been interviewed many times, I do a lot of speaking, so I can do that. And being able to say, and that is why I can now say I am a best-selling author. And I didn't realize that I could say it until I went to a meeting, always trying to, learn to place myself in the company of people I aspired to, where somebody got up and said that they were actually only in a collaborative book, that they hadn't written a whole book, but they were able to get up there and talk about the fact that they were part of that. They didn't have to announce it. They could just say, I'm a best-selling author. And so, yes, I do put that on my biography, that I am a best-selling author. Once I had that, I realized that, having that book in your hand was a wonderful tool to get people to talk to you. They saw you as someone who was really accomplished. And so people were telling me, I had gotten to a point where people were trying to imitate me, and people were actually saying, I do the same thing as Karen, or I work with her, and they didn't work with me. It's what's happening now to people with AI, where they steal your voice and they use you for their marketing. And that was happening to me. And so I knew I had to really tell my story myself. And that's what led me to say to Linda, I want to tell these stories myself in a book. And I thought, all these stories, I tell them all the time. I have hundreds of stories. Well, it was a lot harder than I thought. I realized that I didn't have the time. I didn't know what to say. It wasn't coming out right. I wanted to be a perfectionist about it. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about the process of how this, how I went through getting it done and how I've used it. So the first thing was I realized that I needed somebody to help me. I don't do well. Talking about how people learn. I'm not good all by myself talking to myself. I needed to have someone to bounce things off of. So what I had asked Linda, was there somebody to help me do this? And it wasn't a ghostwriter. A lot of the people that when I, just Googled who could help me, they were ghostwriters. They were going to go and do all the work and then write it up. I didn't want that. So she recommended Heather Sky, and let this shout out to her. And what Heather did was she was like a virtual assistant. I would tell her the story, and then she would just take that story and make sure that it came into the right amount of words, got rid of all the ums and ahs and anything else that I was, having problems with, so that every week we did a chapter. And I know, I had taken the courses with Linda about how to read, say it into my phone and all those things, but I needed a real person to bounce things off of. And so once I had done that for almost a year where we worked together, I realized that if I didn't stop somewhere, I was never going to get this book done. And so I said to Linda, listen, let's just do let's do it, what I have. And even if it's a small little book, at least it's something out there and I can start using it. So graciously, Linda said, yeah, let's do volume 1, volume 2. And so volume 1 came out, and I was finally able to say to all the naysayers, that, oh, are you still writing your book? Yes, here's the book. And then once that was out, people started to, we're actually reading it, not just my family, and they'd say, this is, I want to write in that book. I have a story to tell. I can't write a whole book, but I'd like to tell my story. And so that became the next thing, which was actually sort of a collaborative book, because I wasn't charging those people to write. I just said, I want to hear your story. I want to hear your take on it. And so I'm so proud of the second volume, where people actually did write their own stories. And now being able to hold up 2 books is really great. It's part of my everything that I do to brand myself. And I have a lot of different things that go into branding. But I would like to say about the, building my team. So I knew, that was such a great experience that then I went into building a team. So I do not do all of this stuff that you see out there. If you follow me, I don't write my own content. I have a content writer who's taken every chapter in the book. She is a sales specialist. And what she did was she just quotes out of the story, and then she does the takeaways. So there's so many uses of the book. And I know, I have a tendency to go on and on and on. So anybody that would like to reach out to me, I love to help people. I love to talk about my experiences. So please contact me, ask any questions, and hope to read all your books.
Thank you, Karen, so much for sharing your message. And one of the things that you said there that I think is really important for all of us to really realize is that we're never going to finish. So, until we take that last breath. So sometimes we just need to remind ourselves that it's okay to move forward without having finished, and that's something that I think a lot of us, I was talking to an Olympic athlete who had won 3 Olympic gold medals. And when I was talking to him, I asked him, do you have a story to tell? Well, I know he does because he's an Olympian, right? And he's like, well, I don't think I'm ready yet. I don't think I've done enough. He's a 3 times gold medal winner. I mean, I think he's done enough to tell at least part of his story, right? Because it will keep, the story will keep going and keep going throughout all the years. So Karen, thanks for sharing your message about, and your books, the Aging Icon books. They're really fun reads, and get an opportunity to see what it's like to be an aging icon. There's, we hear stories about famous people. We don't always hear stories about people who are not famous. And that's really what this is about for me, is to bring together people to share their messages. We all have a message to share. Are we sharing it? And so this is a platform to enable people to be able to share their messages, whatever that is. We don't have to be famous in order to have a message or a story to tell. And so, we're here to help people to tell those stories, to get them out there. And I can't stop looking at Harumi's. Yeah, you guys see that?
Can I say, I didn't
so
mean anything. I'm just sitting there. I don't know what's going on behind my scene.
Oh, that's funny. Every time you move forward, the picture of you moves forward like this.
Yeah.
No control.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes. And right, using technology, using the book as your message, like not to jump from, okay, now you have this. So, sometimes I think about, okay, what do I want to do next? How do I, and you see something that says, this is how to make, $1 million, or this is the new way everybody should be doing it. But, then I realize, no, it's using the book, because that is my message. I want people to, every way that I can think of, and writing, speaking, being able to not just I said, I'm not good. I don't like it to be up there speaking. I'm never going to be a TEDx talker. I don't like that. I'm not comfortable up there, but I do improv. So I actually dress up as the people in my book. And I have costumes and wigs. And then I ask the audience, like, what would you do to help this person? And it brings the audience in, and everybody has a story about, someone that um, they look to as an aging icon.
That's funny. I love how you bring the person to life through you dressing up like them or what have you. That's so fun. What a great idea. Great idea. And I love that later in life, right, you decided to write these books, and because it's only been 2.5 years since you started, something like that, for the first one.
Yeah. So my husband died in 2020, like, so many of us. And I started thinking about what did I want to do. So the term aging icon came about because I was talking about these stories, and then somebody said to me, a coach said, oh, all your clients are icons. And I said, yes, but they're aging icons. And so first it was the book, then it was the song. I have a theme song that goes along with it, and the coming out with the idea of doing the improvs, and then see the book itself. It was really just came about because I followed you, Linda, from when you were doing Happy Birthday and said you didn't know what to do in this group. So this, reminds me of that. Coming on a weekend, this was the same thing. I said, oh, this is a weekend with Linda. I'm going.
That's awesome. For those who don't know, I did 2 years in a row where every single day I sang happy birthday to all of my Facebook friends. So I would look at the list to see whose birthday is it today. Sometimes there were 5 people and sometimes there were 20 people, but I'd sing happy birthday to every single Facebook friend for 2 years in a row. And it really grew my audience, and people still like, I remember when you sang those songs. So I'm sharing that because we never know what kind of impact we're making on people's lives. And I was just doing something that I love to do, right? That was it. Like, I was like, this will be fun. I didn't realize the commitment it was going to be to do it. But, at the time when I made the decision to do it, but it was a lot of fun. And so I was bringing fun out, and people still mention it today. And that was like 6 or 7 years ago that I did that. So,
Yeah, and especially, people, so that, people that are doing things, that are heavily entrenched in a particular industry, as I am, that to be able to get out there, I call us a bunch of ambulance chasers because we like get a client and then we all share it among ourselves. So, I said I had 2 Lifetime Achievement Awards, but it's not, the message we all hear, and that's it. I think what's happening with women now, that we realize we want to get the message out to everybody. So you got to get out there in the rest of the world if you want the message to be there.
Right, exactly. Such a great point. Such a great point. Thank you so much for coming and sharing your message. And so we have Kathy Dirksen. You're up next. I'm going to put 10 minutes on the clock for you. And we're here today to talk about empowerment and impact. Kathy, the floor is yours.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And I am loving listening to all these stories and all the discussion, and it's such an inspiring group. And Linda and I have been hanging out. I think it's been about 5 or 6 years now that we've been in different things together. And I just wanted to give kind of a quick overview of how we got here. And so some of you know my original career was in medical genetics. I did that for about 25 years, and then came to a time in my life when I realized that I was in a toxic marriage, working in a toxic place, and I just thought life is too short. And I left the marriage, left that whole career behind, and started that journey of figuring out, what am I here for? What am I supposed to be doing with my life? And I had a message come to me at that time that I was supposed to do something that created a true impact in the lives of women around the world. But I had no idea what that was. And what I did next, I went into financial planning, thinking, well, this is how I can help women. A lot of women say they're challenged figuring out their finances. So I did that, thinking that was the right answer. Spent a decade certified financial planner, all the bells and whistles, and realized that no, that whole industry, you're stuck in their tiny little box of what you're allowed to say and do and how you present yourself, and even what you can do even outside of work. And I thought, no, this is not the right answer either. And so 5 years ago, last month, I handed in my resignation letter to my boss, set out on my own to become an entrepreneur and figure out, what is it that I'm supposed to be doing? And when I first left, I still didn't really know what I was supposed to be doing. I thought maybe I'd do coaching, money coach, life coach, that sort of thing, but that didn't feel like the right answer either. And in the meantime, I had started getting involved in these collaborative books. And so the first one I did was a local group of ladies here. And I had been aware of their books that they were doing before. I think it was the fifth one that I got involved in, but I'd been aware of their other books, but had never felt that was something I was going to do. It was not on my bucket list. I was going to become an author or get into publishing, none of those things. And they had a book come up that was called Emotional Intelligence, Mental Health Matters. And that was, like I mentioned, I'd gone through the divorce, a complete career change. I had 2 teenagers along the ride with me. And needless to say, there was a lot of chaos in my life for a few years. And so this book opportunity had come up at a time when I felt like the dust was starting to settle. And there was literally a calling in me telling me my story had to be in that book now. I wasn't allowed to say no to this voice inside me, and I figured, well, okay, I will do this to quiet that voice. I'll get my story out there. And that was it. I didn't think I would do any more. I just thought I just need to do this. And then, kind of like we were talking about earlier, you do one book and doors start opening up. You have experiences, that part about sharing your story, putting it on paper, sending it out in the world, creates a shift in you that you weren't expecting. And I had that experience. And next thing I knew, I had done 3 books with that group. And then I started getting invited into other books with other communities. And at one point, I was working with a book with Linda. I think that was the Invisible No More, Invincible Forevermore. And then I was also working on another book with some other communities. And Linda was so wonderful to work with. Some of the other ones, I describe it kind of like the good, the bad, and the ugly. And Linda was the shining star of all of that. And that's kind of when it hit me. And I realized, this is what I'm supposed to be doing. I'm supposed to create opportunities like this for women to become published authors, to share our stories, to lift each other as community. And so Linda and I have been working together since that. And we launched a book last week. That was the 20 Shades of Grief. That was the 10th book that I've created, coordinated, released out into the world. And of all the books that I've done, because again, I've done quite a few books with other people as well. I was just one of the authors in. And to date, I've now been in 24 published anthologies. So I've kind of made a habit of this. But 10 of those, like I said, are mine. And which I still blows my mind when I think about it. And it really does kind of fit exactly into that description of what I was supposed to do with my life. This idea of creating something that really created a true impact in the lives of women around the world. Because all of my books are international groups of women. And so I look back at it now, and so basically that's about 200 women. There's a few guys in there too, but mostly women that have been in my books. And even in the room here, now that we've got to me on the big screen, I can't see who all's in the room still. But like Banya, I think it's your third or fourth book you're working on with me now. And Walfred that was here earlier, she's working on her fourth book with me. And Sue's in here, Karen's in here, they've done one book. So it's just gotten to this it's hard to describe. It's something, if you'd asked me 5 years ago if I was going to get into publishing and being an author and working with women all over the world, I would have laughed at you because there was nothing in any of my past lives that pointed in this direction. But now that I'm here, I do know this is what I'm supposed to be doing. And I guess some of you know that the thing that we've added into my books too, that we'll start adding and kind of sharing out into Linda's bigger community, is the opportunity to be on billboards in Times Square. So we're actually doing a trip in a couple of weeks. We'll be there up on the big screen. So that's something we've added to that as well. So I just love this idea of being able to just create opportunities and make them available, and the big focus really being on helping women create visibility, share our story, and just lift each other as a community. So that is my big crazy story, and I love and thank you for all of you for coming out to this great International Women's Day event. And Linda, thank you for always creating such amazing opportunities to bring us together, whether it's books or events or just things we do. So thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Kathy. And congratulations, listening to that inner voice, right? I think that's how many of you have had the inner voice speak to you and you're like, ignore, ignore, ignore. But I don't want to do that. I'm not ready for that. That's too hard or whatever, like whatever thing we come up with, right? And then it just keeps showing up and showing up and showing up. And sometimes it shows up in different ways. And then finally we say, okay. And then we realize that, oh, that was the thing all along. It's just sometimes it takes us a while to get there. I'm talking to myself, by the way. Well, Kathy, congratulations, and for sharing these stories. The women that you've brought to us to share their messages and stories. We never know where they're going to go, right? So, like Karen Bass is a great example. Karen Bass came into your book, and then she downloaded my book, and then she broke through, did my 30-day fear challenge, did that, and now she's doing her own book. She started her podcast, right? So, like all that one little step that first step that was taken, leads to the next thing, to the next thing, to the next thing. And who knows where that's going to take you. And that's what I love about all of this. So, thanks again for bringing the messages, the stories to us to be able to get those published and out there into the world. Does anybody have anything they'd like to comment on what Kathy shared? If you do want to, just go and unmute yourself and start speaking. Vanya.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that yes, with Kathy and with you, Linda, I think both of you come as a pair right now in my head because my books are curated by Kathy and then published by Linda. So yes, thank you to both of you. I didn't take that opportunity earlier, but Linda, you were not there, so I did defer. That yes, thank you. And had you all both not been there, it would not have been easy for me to find that outlet. I was searching for the outlet and you all gave that to me. And I would like to add here, which I didn't add when I was speaking, was that I have a TV program and I would love to welcome all of you. Kathy has been my guest and I would like to welcome all of you. Linda, I'm still waiting for your time. You must have lost my email. I have to send it again. So that's what I would love to have any one of you who feel that you have a story to share. If you're a coach, especially if you're a coach out here, because the space is for coaches. And if you are leading an organization, then the space is for you. So if anyone out here is a leader, leading your own organization, have your own firm or something, or if you have a business unit which is under you, then you identify as a leader. And if you are a coach, then the same. So both of you, a coach or a leader, welcome to be hosted by me. I would love to have you on my guest. We can have a catch up. My details are given in the chat. You can take a look at it there. Thank you.
Yeah, I got your email about the scheduling my time. So I'll get that done today. It's been a little busy, doing this event, and then we had a summit coming up on Tuesday with Kathy, and we got a lot of stuff going on right now, which is good. But who was it earlier mentioned about having that big to-do list? The productivity list? I got that one too. Yeah. So, and Sally's like, yeah, definitely. It's
And then she adds more stuff onto it.
I can't help it. I love it so much. I have so much fun doing
And
all
I
this
just wanted to
stuff,
remind everybody before I jump or before I move on to someone else, I've got 2 books right now that are open for women to join us. One is called Rooted in Resilience, and the other one is Midlife Reignited. So if those titles call to you, then let's get you in.
It's interesting you mentioned that, Kathy, because one of the questions I'm going to ask after we have 2 final speakers, Sue and then Harumi, is about resilience. So stick around.
Ooh, perfect. Yes, a lot
Little
of these stories
discussion.
today are resilience.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Thank you so much, Kathy, for sharing your story, your message. And Sally, you and I are going to have an opportunity to speak too. I'll try to keep mine to 5 minutes. Wish me luck on that one. But Sue, you're up. Go ahead and unmute yourself. I'm going to spotlight you and put 10 minutes on the clock. And today we're talking about empowerment. We're talking about impact that we've had on other people's lives, as well as impact that people have had on our lives. So Sue, the floor is yours. Can't wait to hear what you have.
Thank you so much, everyone. And this is my book, thanks to Kathy. I warn you, if you talk to Kathy, I had a call with her and I was going to basically explain to her why I didn't want to be in a book. And at the end of it, guess what? I was in this book. And I'm really happy that I was. I'm a professional coach. I had the whole corporate thing for decades, didn't love it. It was in the tech world. 13 years ago, I found my calling as a coach. And so I love helping. I'll be honest, I don't just work with women. Men need help too. I work with women and men who basically are ready to pause and get to know themselves better so that they can actually create a life that inspires them, that aligns with their values, that lets them use their best skills and helps them to feel that they're making a difference for other people. So that's what I love to do. In the chapter in the book, I did tell my story, but I also added some things because for me, I think it's not just telling my story, it's also giving people information. So I put signs that it's time for a change so people can get a sense of whether it is time for you to make that change. I have recommended steps, and I also put pitfalls in my chapter as well. And having heard, I can't remember who mentioned it, but I'm definitely going to turn those into taking little tidbits out of the book and putting them out. I haven't just got around to doing that yet, but on social media, it makes a lot of sense. So yeah, the other big thing that those of you who know me, a few of you do, is that I lived with imposter syndrome for the entire time. Well, really, since I was 11 years old, I went back and figured out what happened at 11 that caused it, and it was reinforced. So I love helping women understand what's going on if they're experiencing that and really step into embracing how special they are, because I believe we are all unique and special human beings and we all have gifts to share. And yet sometimes if you had that little imposter voice saying, what makes you think you're worthy, they're going to find out you don't really know what you're talking about, Sue. But so I love helping people look at their accomplishments, and then when that little voice pops up, learning to just tell it to get lost. So I have workshops on that. I speak on that topic quite often. Yeah, that's really my story. I don't want to sort of monopolize this, but I've loved having a book. It's definitely helped me with my speaking engagements, getting, engagement there. And I love being part of this International Women's Day event. You are all interesting, unique women, and we do all have a story to tell, which can really give people whole new possibilities for themselves, and that's the beauty of what we do with these books and these stories. So I appreciate Kathy. She didn't talk me into it, but at the end she had helped me understand that I needed to do this. Linda, you've been great as well. So appreciated the experience. And I know it's not always this smooth. So I'm really happy to have been there. I'm not sure about my second book yet, but I've got a feeling there is one in me. It all depends. Kathy, you know what I'm interested in. So we'll see what happens there. But happy International Women's Day to all of you. And if any of you want to connect with me on LinkedIn, I will put my link there in the chat. Okay. Thank you so much, all of you.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much. And Kathy, great job. It's not about the sales, right? It's about really about getting people to share their message and their story. And so when you said yes to, really wasn't saying yes to Kathy, right? It was yes to saying to yourself, yes to, saying yes, that this is something that sometimes we're called to do something and we might avoid that call. And other times we jump to it and we say, okay, I'm ready. I'm going to do this. And Kathy just happened to be in the right place at the right time, saying the right thing and helping you to see that this was the opportunity for you. So, so thank you so much for doing that.
You're welcome. Yeah. Thank you, Kathy.
And then Karen, you wanted to speak to what Sue shared?
Yeah. So, I think that the idea of the collaborative book, knowing when something clicks for you, I think that's something that, a lot of us that are afraid to write the book or, just what is my process, what am I trying, what's my message? And I still have that issue with that's something I've accepted in myself. I have that issue. I can't say, okay, spit it out. What is it going to be? So having that somebody else say, here's the topic, that was really helpful. And that's why I think, Kathy and Sue, that, it's, so if you can think of a title, doesn't mean that you have to write everything. You don't have to think of everything, but it's sometimes just, something that somebody's going to say to you. And that's like, oh yeah, great. That's the title.
Agreed. Yeah. Thanks, Kathy.
Yeah, that's a great point. Kathy, you wanted to share on that topic?
Yes. I just wanted to celebrate Sue and what she's working on, especially focused on the imposter syndrome. When we first met, she was focused more on networking, but has narrowed down into imposter syndrome, which of course gets in the way of pretty much everything. And I just wanted to kind of add to that yes, I think imposter syndrome affects pretty much all of us. A lot of people don't know, haven't named it perhaps. And yeah, one of the things that really helped me kind of deal with it is when I realized that it was pretty much everybody that was feeling that at some point. And even looking up to people that you look up to and think, wow, those women are so successful, they've got it all together, everything's working for them. And then you hear them talk about it. And it's like, oh, wow, they're feeling like this too. And that's when it hit me that when we get hit with imposter syndrome, it is when we're stretching. It is when we're doing things we haven't done before. And so now I've learned to think about it more like, instead of that voice that can squash me, instead I notice it and I think, okay, I'm doing something new. I'm doing something different that I've never done before. And that's a good thing. So goodbye, voice. I'm carrying on here. And yes, I agree. We do need to do a book that is focused around imposter syndrome and that sort of thing. So thank you for working on that, Sue.
You're welcome. Thank you, Kathy.
And Julie, you wanted to comment?
Yeah, I think, well, I know this applies to me, and I have friends that this applies to, and I think it goes along with the imposter syndrome. I think that we are unable sometimes to see our value, and we only only take cues from other people. That's how we know what our value is, rather than seeing it inside us. I'll tell you a really funny story. I was going to a play with a friend. She had an extra ticket, and I was in her car, and we were talking about something, and I made a comment, and I says, well, most of the time I don't think people like me. And because I'm very opinionated, and I sometimes think everyone wants to know them, and they don't. But she said, "What? I am gobsmacked. Everyone loves you." And so she says this, and then I have all these cues that I always got great professor reviews for my students. My students loved me. I got promoted all the time at my job. And so I still thought that people didn't like me. And so I think that we have, I think I had to retire. I think I had to uh, be a caregiver for my husband for 5 years and then retire in that time and then really start to say, okay, I can do this thing called life. So that's all. I just think that we need to be a little more real with ourselves. Maybe that's the thing.
Sue?
Just share a little story around this. On Valentine's Day, I had a coaching session with actually somebody who's in one of the books that I met through networking. And she said, I've got imposter syndrome big time. And so I was trying to decide what's the best way to help her. So we decided it was to help her appreciate her accomplishments. She said, well, I haven't got many. Well, I knew she already had some just from my conversation with her. I said, well, you've done this and you told me you got, recognition for that. Oh yeah, I did. Anyway, a page and a half later of accomplishments, I asked her to just sit and listen. I said, I'm going to play back to you your many accomplishments. I did this. And at the end of it, she said, do you know what, Sue? It's Valentine's Day and you've helped me fall in love with myself. I just that's what I love doing, because we are all special and we're so busy helping other people, we don't actually stop and appreciate ourselves. And that's the best thing you can do to overcome imposter syndrome, is to really take that time and appreciate yourself and know how special you are. I just wanted to share because that was a cute story on Valentine's
That's so
Day.
good. Oh my gosh, so amazing. Absolutely. Thank you for sharing that. And Karen Bass, you had your hand up, I think, right? Did you have your hand up? No? Okay, well, I'd like to share something related to that too. Imposter syndrome, it definitely gets in the way of a lot of us from progressing in life. And I'll share an exercise that my life coach did with me, that this exercise was very helpful in me being able to see who I really am, at least to get the ball rolling, because I had to keep working on myself for many, many years. I'm still working on myself after 11 years. But one of the exercises she had me do was to reach out to, like, I made a list of 5 people that I knew liked me. So Julie, this would be 5 people like you, okay? So you make your list of 5 people that you know that they like you. And this is what you do: is you call them up and you say this exact phrase, and that is, they answer the phone and you don't say anything else except, hey, I'm doing this exercise with my life coach, and I have a question for you. When I walk into a room, what shows up? That's the question you ask. That's it. And then you shut up. And if they say, what is this all about? You say, when I walk into a room, what shows up? And then they respond. They might say one thing. They might say 10 things. And then when they're done, you wait for a little bit of a pause. You say, anything else? And some of them will be, that's all. And some of them will say, oh yeah, there's this and that. Anything else? And you keep asking anything else until they're done. And they say, no, that's it. And then you say, thank you so much. I'll call you later to tell you what this is about. And then you hang up and go call the next person. And so you do this with 5 people. In the meantime, you're writing down everything that they're saying about you. And what this did for me is it helped me to see who I really am, because I spent decades beating myself up. I'm stupid. My ex-husband helped me with that, all that stuff, calling me stupid and ignorant. He said people were only nice to me because they felt sorry for me. And he didn't just say it, he yelled it at the top of his lungs every day for 2 years. I heard this. So I started to believe. I believed what he was saying about me. I believed what those kids in junior high school used to say about me. I believed those things that my siblings said about me. I believed all those negative things about myself for all those decades until I'm 51 years old and I'm starting to hear positive things about me. with that said, I heard positive things about me before, but I couldn't believe it because I was so busy believing all the negative things about me. So when my life coach had me go through this exercise and I was writing down the notes of what the people said, and then she had me tell her what they said about me. And she said, I want you to listen to them because they are telling you who you really are. That hit me so hard that people, when I walk into a room, this is what they see. And they were all positive things. I never saw myself that way. And so I came up with a saying, in 2015, I broke through a fear every single day for a year. And during that year, I came up with 750 quotes. And some of them really come to mind frequently. And one of those is to see yourself through the eyes of others, for others see the real you. See, that is one of the things that helped me to get through my imposter syndrome. That when I would walk into a room, I know who I show up as. Why? Because they told me. It's not who I'm thinking I'm walking in as. It's who they told me I am when I walk into that room. A confident woman, a woman who stands up for what she believes in, a woman who brings joy, who brings laughter into a room, like whatever, all the different things that they said about me. Now my job was to start to believe that. And so I needed to adopt their belief in me. I had adopted all the negative beliefs in me, but why not flip it and start to adopt all the positive beliefs in me? And that's where I started that journey of like really looking at when somebody would say something nice about me, instead of me saying, oh, like if somebody said, oh, I really like your hair, what I used to say is, oh, well, my mom and dad gave me that. I wouldn't just say thank you, like a simple thank you. I'd have to come up with like why it was that way. I like the way you sing. Like I hear that often, which is cool, but like I never saw myself as a good singer, but other people do. And so I would just say thank you. Like learning to say thank you was a huge step for me. And then now came from the thank you to the believing it myself to be true. So Sunshine is not my given name. Sunshine is a name that was given to me after I started my personal development journey. I was about 4 years into it. And randomly one day I was at a bar because my husband and I play music, and we were going to listen to one of our friends' bands play. And I'm sitting at the bar and just like facing towards the door because I knew my friends were kind of going to be showing up. And this guy, I'd known him for about 3 years. He walks into the bar and he goes, Sunshine, like that, really loud, Sunshine. And I was looking at him because he was walking in. And I looked around to see like, who's he talking to? There was nobody else there. It was me. I was like, hi. It was so random, And then about a week later, someone else who didn't know him, that did know me, called me Sunshine as well. And then it happened 2 more times, like 2 weeks later. So within a 1 month period of time, I'd been called Sunshine randomly by people that I'd known for years. And randomly, they all called me Sunshine within that month. So I looked at that and I said, there must be something here. See yourself through the eyes of others, for others see the real you. Maybe I'm Sunshine and I don't know it. So I'm going to adopt that name to be my name. And maybe, just maybe, I'll believe it to be true too. And so that's what ended up happening. And now it's to the point that when people say, I'd like you to meet Linda, I say it's Linda Sunshine. So like, I just adopted it to be true. And it's like, what are we adopting to be true? What are people saying about us that we're believing? What negative things are people saying about us, and what positive things are they saying? It's time to stop believing the negative things and start believing the positive things. And so what happens is when we adopt those beliefs to be true to us, we actually become that person. There's a saying of what you believe is how you behave, and how you behave is who you become. See, I had to learn to believe in myself in order to become myself. It's kind of weird, right? Because I had spent so many decades, imposter syndrome, spent so many decades being who I thought I needed to be. Decades. And that stuff can flip on a dime if we will open our mind, our heart, and our soul to allow it to happen and accept it in. Because every single one of us, like I believe, like I'm a Christian, and I believe, every single one of us, we're made in God's image. That's not bad. That's good. So if it's good, if we're made in his image, then we're good. So we need to stop believing the negative people in our lives that are saying the things that are making us have doubts about ourselves. The self-doubt, it's going to crumble us. It's time for us to really step in and say, you know what? They can believe that all they want, but I don't need to adopt that to be my belief too. It's just as simple as that. But then we have to have our awareness. Here comes my song. I have awareness. I have awareness now. I have awareness. How now, brown cow? I have awareness. I have awareness now. It's time for me to move on like Donkey Kong. Well, that's my little ditty, Karen. My little awareness. So I guess that's my talk for today. I didn't have a timer going, but I really wanted to, just address that imposter syndrome. And it's such a huge topic, Sue. And I'm so glad you're working with people because like Kathy said, we all experience it one time or another. I share the three-time Olympian. He probably has some kind of imposter syndrome. Like, I don't have a story to tell. I don't have anything important to say. Did you ever have any challenges in your life to get to become an Olympian? Oh yeah, lots of them. You've got a story to tell. You've got a story to tell, right? It's that resilience of moving through, pushing through, just pushing through the perseverance of all the challenges that you've faced. So yeah, thanks for bringing that topic. I love it. It's a fun topic. Karen Isaacs, you got your hand up.
Yeah, so I have an exercise I'd like to share, which I did recently. It is to make a list of 20 people that you are just, think they're the best. Who is it, whatever field you're in or whatever you're interested in, make a list of the 20 people that you think are the best people that you would like to emulate or that you respect, and then contact them. Ask them a question because people love to be asked for their opinion or well, I did that, and I have 3 people who that I use in my talks, and I showed them, I'm using you in my talk, and I used you as the example of an aging icon, and then I asked them the question, and since then, those 3 people have been commenting and liking my posts and accepting when I post things to their on their sites, and now that's a way to that it's made me feel yeah, I'm up there, I know those people. I can be on the stage with them. I'm sharing their stage.
Why don't you give us an example of a question you said reach out to them and ask them a question. What's an example of a question you might ask them?
Yeah. So I wanted to meet Sue Bell of Palm Beach. She was a Playboy bunny. She was a model. She was a real estate mogul. And then she now talks about sobriety, and she talks, she's become not just an influencer, but she has her own product line. People have offered her to have her own product line. So she started out, people were insulting her about her hair, that she teased her hair and she had that look. She got a line of hairspray. Then they said, oh, you really look great in those outfits. So now she has Sue Bell outfits, shoes, pocketbooks. People send her stuff in the mail. Here's an example of something with Sue Bell on it that you would use. So I just asked her, how she did it. And she answered.
That's funny, right? It's like, it seems like such a simple question, but like you said, people want to share their advice, their opinions, how they got there. And if they don't, they're probably not the right people for you anyway, right? Because they're not open. They're not open to like abundance and to sharing and stuff and being open to that. So being curious, Sally put in the chat. So I love that. Thanks for sharing that tip. It's Sue, do you want to round out the imposter syndrome topic?
And into neutral mode. The truth is, at least 70% of people do experience it. So you're not alone. And you can do something about it, and these tips that you've heard, they're great. It's in fact, both of what's been shared, I actually do that in a coaching session. I actually ask you to imagine bringing 3 friends to tell me what they find special about you. And people can do it. They can actually put themselves in the shoes of their friends and remember the things they've said to them. But it's some people will actually go and phone people and ask. So yeah, get that validation and be aware of what negative self-talk. It's so easy for us to focus on the negatives and not celebrate our successes. So here's my tip. Every time something good happens, even a little something, celebrate it. Savor it. It's a positive psychology term, but like write it down and just be in that moment and really appreciate it. And if you've written it down, if you're having a bad day, you can go back and look at those little notes about the things you did and get back that feeling of how special you are and how unique you are and what you bring to the world. So that's one of my little tips for how to overcome imposter syndrome. And we all deserve to be here. And we all have a lot to contribute. And don't let anybody else, if anybody tells you not, they're just coming from, that's their story. That's their problem. Don't take it on as yours. Continue to be you. Just be you and be amazing. The amazing person that you are. Okay, all right. I'm off. I'm done.
I have you said be you. I have somebody, they always say be you to the full instead of beautiful, right? Be you to the full. I like that. It's just fun. Yeah, you made me reminded me of something else, another exercise that was done, and that was that we it were like I think 8 women in the room, and not all of us knew each other. Some of us had just met each other at this event. And it was my life coach. She was hosting this event, and she would have each one of us sit on a chair that was higher than all the other women and just sit there and look like this. You're just looking. And then they're all rattling off what they see in you. Now, mind you, again, some of them had never met you. And so we had a scribe who was writing down all the things that they were saying. They were just adjectives, like 1-word adjectives. And some of the things that they said about me, I found to be fascinating, especially the women who didn't know me. But they would say things like, somebody said I was an action taker. Like, okay, I never saw myself that way, right? That's how Action Takers Publishing was actually born, because somebody called me an action taker and I wanted to be surrounded by action takers. But a pioneer, brilliant, a genius, and just kept rattling off all these words. And so I'm sitting in the chair, I'm just like, you're just supposed to listen. You're not supposed to say a word, right? You're just sitting there. And I started laughing. And my life coach looked, because I couldn't believe what they were saying. That's why I was laughing from disbelief. And so my life coach, she said, Linda, I know you like to laugh at everything, but this is one of those times when I need you to actually listen. So she shut me up and I just sat there and listened to the things they were saying about me. Again, I was able to take those words and use those to adopt the belief that they saw in me. And it just has been, an incredible what happens when we open ourselves up to believing who we truly, truly are, right? I think that's kind of like that message there, Sue. Yeah. Fantastic. Well, what we're going to do next is Harumi, you wanted to say hi to everybody. Go and unmute yourself. And then Becky and Teresa, welcome. And just to share with you before Harumi goes, just share with you what we're doing is you have an opportunity to come up and share, a little bit of message about impact and empowerment. So if you want to do that, just put speak in the chat there, so I know that you do want to speak. And then you will be our last 2 speakers of the day. So Harumi, the floor is yours.
Oh, thank you, Linda Sunshine. I do not expect, but here is opportunity. I cannot miss it. Pastor always says, whenever it comes to me, you take it. Good afternoon, everybody. I joined like 1 hour ago, so I missed most of you, but it sounds very good. But especially when I was listening to Linda, what she said, like somebody asking how do you look myself or something. It reminds me when I was in elementary school, teacher gave us some paper to write down who you are, what is it? Like your character or something. And then other people, other people look at me. And then we exchange the paper there. I see somebody sees me like this kind of, I was surprised. Oh, they see me kind of a better way than I see myself. Then I don't know after that, but I think this is kind of exercise very good way you're a child because then you really establish like create who you become. But anyway, yeah, good afternoon. I'm Harumi Anderson. Nice to meet you all. I live in Columbus, Indiana with my husband. He's a photographer. He's from actually Casper, Wyoming. I am originally from Toyota. Yes, I came to the States. This is just a little story. When I was working in Tokyo in the office, there's a girl. She was really, I'm sorry, I don't know what's happening in my background because I'm not controlling this. The other Harem is coming, show up and disappear. Distracting, but anyway, she was doing some research that time studying abroad, either in the States or in the UK. That was very common. She was doing research where to go, where to study, which country. So one day I was saying to her, that sounds very good. I am kind of envy. And she said, oh, yes, you can do it. Then I said, no, I don't think so because I am too old. But she said you can do it. So once I hear that voice or idea, I thought I can do it. So I give myself 1 year to do research kind of where to go because there are 50 states in the States, right? So I made up my mind and I picked one state and came to Wyoming to go to community college because I did not want to be just a tourist or just a travel. I want to experience a life in the States. It all started that way. And then when I was community college, we went shopping and I wanted to buy something made in USA because I'm in the USA. I did not want to buy something it says well, made in Japan is okay, but made in Thailand, made in China, made in Cambodia, made in USA is so expensive, so I couldn't buy. So I bought made in Taiwan, but I stretched out made in USA. But finally, I got true made in USA, so my mission was accomplished. Made in Wyoming. Yes. So yeah, about resilience. The thing I'm sorry. To the current stage, what I do is health, wellness, and wealth because I thought I was healthy. I eat well, I do exercise, I don't drink, I don't smoke, but your body does not to cooperate, or maybe your body has a different story. So that's why what I do, I just want people to know there's a way to stay healthy, wealthy, and wealth. So that's kind of short my story, but let's get connect how we can support each other. Thank you, Linda, for this opportunity.
Thank you, Harumi, and welcome. Congratulations on finding your made in the USA, made in Wyoming thing. That's awesome. I love it. What a fun story. You know, I have never thought about that. Because you go to a different country and then when you see, you know, the clothing and what have you, like everything is made in a different country, not even the country that you're in. So that's very interesting. Thank you for sharing that. Appreciate you being here today. Okay, next up we have a Becky. You got to come on camera, girl. I know she was here earlier. We'll go to Teresa. Oh, Becky. Okay, there we go. Becky, welcome. I'm going to spotlight you. I'm going to put a timer up on the screen. You got 10 minutes and look forward to hearing what you have to share about impact and empowerment. You can do it.
I can. Yes, I can talk longer than that. That's the whole problem. All right. So, gosh, where to start? first of all, I want to say thank you, Linda, for everything you have done in my life. So I met Linda through another friend, and Linda helped me see that I liked writing. And now I have written in 5 compilation books and started my own blog and all of that good fun stuff about women's empowerment and the same kind of thing that you all are talking about with the imposter syndrome. So one of the stories that I have to share on that is the lady that just spoke before me that was talking about being too old. I have been there. So I am 66. I am several things. I'm a CPR instructor. I'm a firearms instructor. I'm a women's self-defense instructor, all of that. And I went to a class a couple of years ago that was instruction for me to teach better in the firearms industry. And third day of the class, I was told there was going to be a competition. Mind you, I am the second oldest person at this facility, and there were about 30, 35 students in the class. So I'm already thinking everybody's going to outshine me no matter what. Long story short, somebody won the competition who was the oldest woman in the class and the oldest woman on the field that day. I could not have been more excited or proud of winning something in my entire life, just because of my age and the fact that nobody there thought that I could do this competition. Nobody had the faith in me except my 2 instructors who were standing right next to me on my final shot, telling me, breathe, you've got this, you can do this. And when I got done, every single person in the entire class came and gave me a hug. It was so great. I will never forget it. And I got a little coin that's a little tiny, kind of a trophy thing to show that I won. And that just made me kind of fueled my fire to come back and make sure that I taught other people the same thing. Sometimes you are your own worst enemy, right? Just because you're the oldest doesn't mean you can't do something. Just because you're the only female in the room does not mean you can't do something. And, sometimes other women can be pretty critical of each other. And I had, another opportunity to do some teaching, which I did, and found out that behind the scenes, there was another woman who was setting me up to fail because she was jealous. And I thought, this is just crazy. We don't have time for this, ladies. We have time to help each other and promote each other and be there for each other. This whole backbiting, jealousy kind of stuff, it needs to go, right? We don't have time for that kind of stuff anymore. We need to be lifting each other up, and that's what I do. I have a local community here in Virginia where I live that I started about 1.5 years ago called the Stronger Together Tribe. And it started out a group of business women meeting once a month. And then I started having some of my friends who don't own a business said, well, why can't we come? And I said, you know what? We're turning this into a community group. It's not a business networking meeting. It's a community group. And now every month we have 6 to 10 to 12 people. It's great. It's small, but it's mighty. We're all, really close friends now. And, sometimes women just need to get out and talk to somebody, another woman. And one of our meeting nights, one of the ladies was just having a rough time with her mother's health. And she just, downloaded. And I was like, you know what, whatever agenda I had, it's gone. We're doing this because Linda needs us and we are here for Linda. And that's the kind of thing I think that we as women need to share with each other is the more that we can build each other up and support each other, the better off we're going to be. We're going to feel better about ourselves. Other people are going to, notice that this person is stepping up and helping, whatever. And not that it needs to be a big notice thing, but I think it makes you feel better because you're doing something good for the female population. You're doing something good for yourself, and you're doing something good for somebody else who's following you. So that's my short version. I don't know if you want me to expand on anything else, but I just appreciate the opportunity to be on and share what little bit that I know and a little bit of my experience. And I'm just happy to be here.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And first of all, congratulations on hitting that, whatever the name of the award was, like marksman or something like that. Markswoman? I don't know. Is that what it is?
Yeah,
Something
it's
like
marksman, but that's okay. I'll take it.
Congratulations for doing it. First of all, for doing it, because as you mentioned, you know, the never too old, the never too old. And I think that's a really important theme for us as, you know, as women, as we get older, to realize that. Men too, but you know, we're talking to women today. This is a International Women's Day. And so for us to remember that we are never too old to start, we've heard that theme throughout the day. You know, it's been an incredible theme. And as Demet mentioned also, you know, it's been about community, right? Collaboration, community, being surrounded by motivational, uplifting people, you know, women that want to support each other instead of like, you know, push each other down. I think it's important for us to find those people, those tribes, and, you know, spend our time with them. I remember when I first started speaking, I decided, okay, I had heard this. I'd heard, like, if you want to speak, create your own stage. So I created my own stage, and that was me. I'm going to bring other people on so they could speak like I'm doing today, right? I'm going to bring other people in so they can speak, and then I'll be the MC. I was creating my own stage. And I remember one of the first things I said when I got, there were like 30 people in the audience. I had the speaker that was there. They were ready to speak. And I got up and I was ready to introduce the event, you know, what it was going to be about and all that stuff. And one of the things I said and it was a download. It was like an immediate download into my brain in that very moment. And it came straight out of my mouth. And that was that I've made a personal life's declaration from this moment forward. I will spend the rest of my life having as much fun as possible, hanging out with positive and uplifting people who are making a positive impact on the planet. Like, I remember it. I have not forgotten it since that first day I said it. And what happened is, Sue, guess what? Imposter syndrome entered immediately after I said it out loud to those people. In my head went on this thing like, who do you think you are? What do you think that you should only spend your time with positive and uplifting people, right? I was beating myself up in my head. And then the event went on, like I, you know, still did the event. And then after it was done, 3 or 4 women came up to me after the event was done and said, what was your personal life's declaration? I want to write it down. So I was like, okay, I'm in the right room with the right people doing the right thing, right? And so it's really a matter of us finding those people and then showing up as who we are in that moment, and just being that person and believing in ourselves. Again, you know, that topic there. So thank you so much, Becky, for sharing that. And where are you located?
I'm in Virginia, right close to but I'm between Williamsburg and Virginia Beach, so on the East Coast.
Do you only do in person? Because you do the self-defense training and stuff. You do only in person? You do virtual too?
I do virtual too. Yep.
Yeah, she has a YouTube channel. You can go watch her YouTube channel. And yeah, everybody drop your contact information. You know, if you have a channel or something that you want people to tune into, go ahead and drop that in the chat there. I agree, you're never too old to follow your calling, that's for sure. And some of us, it takes us a while to figure out what that calling is. Yeah. So, but we just keep moving forward. So next up, we have Teresa. Teresa, I'm going to spotlight you. Go ahead and unmute yourself. And then you'll have 10 minutes on the clock. We're talking today about empowerment. We're talking about impact and how either we make impact on other people's lives or how other people have made impact on our lives. So Teresa, the spotlight is yours.
Hi, I'm Teresa Johnson Paul. So I was also introduced to Linda Sunshine West by a friend, and I just wanted to create a collaboration book. So, but it didn't happen, you know what, and that's fine. But I was able to participate in 4 other collaboration books, and I think the 5th one will be coming out
in the near future. But I think, and I'm glad that I come upon Sally Green and Linda, because my background was newspaper reporting, and I didn't get to be in that space for very long because I was raising an autistic son along with his brother, and spent most of my years being a single mom. But then I know, as Becky was mentioning, community is really important, because I found my community in my codependent recovery groups. And then when it was time to find my autism support community, it was another type of support group. And it's when you find other parents that can help you along your journey, and we're giving and receiving. And also in this community here with Sally and Linda, whenever we launch a book or talk to one another, or just in this space right here today, we're giving and we're receiving. We're receiving other people's messages and feeling the love, and then we're giving it out also. And then even before I ever shared a collaboration book, I know that our experiences and our stories help others, that God doesn't waste a hurt, that we're helping other people with our stories. And I don't know for why I experienced what I did in 2023 with my health and the passing of my older son, but I know that God has a purpose in it, and that I will be able to help another mom or parent grieving. And don't know why I had to endure the health struggle that I had, but I have more empathy for others that have gone through similar situations. So, and I know that my writing journey is not over. I know that I want to produce more books in a solo capacity. And I shared it with my friend Sherry Leopold, that introduced me to Linda, that my big definite dream is to write a series of books about my entire life. I don't know what that looks like. I'm in the beginning stages of it, but I know that my life has impact for others because other people's lives have impacted me. And I think that's what we're here for, to help one another and to impact one another. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me see. Thank you so much for sharing, Teresa, and for sharing your journey, your stories. You know, their stories do make an impact on other people's lives, and we get to choose if we're going to make that impact by sharing our story or not. And so I do want to take this opportunity to invite anybody who's ever thought about writing a book. There was somebody mentioned earlier that, you don't have to write a whole book. You can just write a chapter in a collaboration book, so much shorter. Or if you want to write a whole book, you don't have to write a memoir. It doesn't have to be like a 300, 400, 500 page book in order to make an impact. With that said, there's a book out there called The Millionaire Booklet by Grant Cardone. And it's like 50 pages, and it's a small booklet. So I don't know, it's probably less than 10,000 words in that book, but there's an impact that has been made from those 10,000 words. One of the things that we do at Action Takers Publishing is we have these books, we call them TABs. TAB stands for Tiny Action Books. These are books that are like 15,000 words or less. So they're a lot smaller books, much easier to write because you're writing a lot less words. But then it's just figuring out what message do you want to share? Who is your audience that you want to share it with? And that's where I come in, because I'm able to help you to kind of like narrow down to what the topic is, the smartest topic for you to write about, so that you're not spending time writing something that's not going to resonate with an audience, especially your audience that you want it to resonate with. So if you want to get on a call with me, I highly recommend it. Do it before you get started. If you're already started, that's fine. You do it then as well. But hop on a call with me. Let's talk about it and see what might be a fit for you. And so you can just go to actiontakersauthor.com, sign up for a time to talk with me. And with that, I want to share a story of one of our authors who did come to us. She had already written her manuscript, and she was introduced to me by somebody, and we got on a call, and she was like, okay, I'm ready. Let's go. We got started. I started reading her manuscript for her because I I do read like our solo authors. I read all of those books because I want to make sure that your message is hitting the mark that you want it to hit. So anyway, I'm reading her book, and I got about 25 pages into it. So I was giving it the good old college try, 25 pages. And I didn't know who she was speaking to. I didn't know what her message was. I was trying to figure that out every page. And I was like, there's got to be something here. And I just couldn't figure it out. So I got on a call with her and I let her know where the book was for me. And she goes, well, what do I do? And I said, well, let's figure this out. And so we got on our call and I coached her through everything that she needed to go through in order to figure out what to write, who her message was for, because she wasn't really clear on that when she wrote the book. So by the end of our call, it was like 1 hour. By the end of that call, she was crystal clear on exactly the message she wanted to get and who her audience was. And I said, you know what? I recommend you scrapping it and starting from zero. First of all, she hated. I mean, she hesitated. She's like, I put all that time into it. And I said, yeah, but it's not going to reach anybody that you want it to reach. So what does that do for you? And what does that do for your audience? And so she realized, how important it was to be clear, have that clarity, so that when you get the book out there, it's clear and it's speaking to the right person. So she started over and she wrote it so fast. She was like, it just flew through me because now I knew who I was writing to. Now I had clarity of what my message was. And she was so happy at the end that she just scrapped it and just let it go. Like let it go as a learning lesson. And then now her book, she sells it all the time, and she's getting it in front of the right people. She's getting people saying, thank you for writing this. I needed this book. I needed this message. I needed this. And so the importance of having clarity of what you're writing about is so important. It's so important to get started there, so that way you don't spend a lot of time, energy, effort writing what doesn't make sense. So again, if you want to hop on a call with me, just go to actiontakersauthor.com. I think Sally dropped it in the chat, and let's get on a call. There's no obligation for anything to get on a call with me, just to find out if you're on the right track, or if you have a track that you're not sure about, maybe I help you get on the right track, or maybe you're already on the right track. So I highly recommend getting on a call with me to do that. So with that said, did you guys like what we did here today? I'd like some feed forward as to what were your favorite parts, because I'm going to do this again for sure, because I absolutely love this stuff. I'm going to do it again. So I want to know, what should I keep and what should I dump? Was there anything, let's start with the dump part first. Is there anything that we did today, because we were like a little over 4 hours. Okay. So 4 hours, in the 4 hour period of time that we had today. First of all, I want to do like 2 hours next time. I'm not going to do 6 hours. And then, so I'll do 2 hours. Is there anything in that 2 hours that you're like, don't do this, Linda? And you can tell me, you can be honest, or you can send me a private message, however you want to do that. Usually people don't like to give the bad comments publicly. So, okay. I'll just say everything was great. Okay. I'd like to hear from everybody that wants to share. What is one thing that you want to make sure I do every time? Does anybody have a comment on that? Okay, Karen.
Yeah. So I really loved that everybody had enough time to talk about what they wanted to talk about, so that it wasn't like just, elevator pitches. I feel like I really got to know and understand where each person was coming from and what they had to offer, and looking forward to continuing the conversation.
Awesome. Thank you. And then the other Karen Bass, you said manage the conversations. Do you want to expound on that for me?
Yeah, I mean, from what I understand, you said this is going live. So this is beyond just this little group, unless you're going to edit it first. And so I would maybe give a little more definition around what people talk about. I don't want people spilling their guts and it's going out to the world. So maybe just if it's you be interviewing, or or just give maybe a little more definition around, hey, we're sharing here in this little collective, but this is going out.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's the Six Sigma in me, the risk mitigation aspect. So just my thoughts.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm gonna say, give time for us to speak. Oh, that's what you want me to keep doing? Because I was like, everybody spoke. Becky, is that? Okay,
Yes,
we'll come back.
that's
Okay,
yeah,
good.
that's what I was saying. Yep.
Okay, so you like that part. Okay, awesome, awesome. And then Demet?
I just wanted to share that I love that everybody did come from the heart. I felt it was a very vulnerable day, a lot of learnings, a lot of takeaways, and I think it's important to go to Karen's point that you have to feel safe to have those conversations. So this going out globally, yes, that's key. Is yes, you want to share those things, but also you as an individual and people might be triggered by certain conversations, and it's okay. But just to have that conversation and feel supported by the community. So I think overall was a great way of managing the conversations for the most part.
Okay, great. Thank you. Did you guys like the part of like when somebody would come up and have a topic that I would go to ask people's thoughts on that topic? Did you like that? I see a couple yeses.
Okay, I'll say something. Yeah, otherwise you
Okay.
feel like you're speaking into the void. Like, you just said something and then it just landed and then we move on to the next person. So that way everyone kind of you get that feedback loop, which is really good. And women do like that.
Okay, awesome.
Right,
Thank you,
ladies?
thank you. Yeah. I love the interaction. Do you think it would be better to keep it private? And maybe so. Yes, I'm a 100% open book. I'll say anything out loud to the whole world that I'll say to in private, but I have to remember that not everybody is that way. And so for me, it's like, let's go, let's invite everybody in. But maybe what I'll do is for now on, not do that. It's just whoever's here is here. We won't record it. It's just going to be conversation where you have an opportunity to connect with others. And then, maybe the idea is for everybody to invite a guest, to come with them. Hey, I'm doing this thing. You want to have an opportunity to speak as well. But then what we do, if we do it for 2 hours instead, you're keeping it at a shorter period of time, then we do 5 minutes. We had a couple of you who did 5 minutes and under, and that's plenty of time. And so maybe something like that. Demet?
Actually, just food for thought. I think that this is such tremendous conversation that I would really encourage the group to be open about it, to not have it a private thing, because what I'm noticing and what's coming to me as we're speaking all here is most of us are kind of in our midlife, or even older. There's very few people here that are of the younger generation. I feel like this is so much of a value for people that are stuck, primarily women, but men as well, stuck in their 20s, 30s, and 40s in the same type of experiences, whether it's problems in their relationships, breakdown, burnout, imposter syndrome. So I would encourage not keeping it private. I think that, these are conversations could essentially save someone's life. And that I think we need to really think about how important that is if we're talking about community and doing what's the best for our future generations.
Great points. Thank you. I'm all for that. I mean, I'm always all for that. But yeah, great things to think about. Let's see. Do we have any other comments in here? Does anybody else have anything else they'd like to share? I'd like to invite others to comment on what they heard. Good, good. That I just threw that in, like it was last minute when our first speaker talked about self-care. I was like, I think this is something that people can comment on. So it just kind of like threw it out there, and that was my favorite part. Ended up being my favorite part. So, okay, cool. Let's see. Anybody else have anything they'd like to share about today's event, what you thought about it, or would you want to do this again? Okay. Okay, good. We will do this again. Kathy.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna reiterate that yes, I think we should do this like quarterly or something like that. And 2 hours is probably a good block of time. And that yeah, it's great just to bring a group of ladies together and have kind of random conversations about things that are on our minds. And I think that's perfect. Thank you.
Do you think, would it be better to do like maybe 1 or 2 topics that we keep it to each time? Or because like today is, again, I was like, I'm going to just try this thing and see what happens. Like I had no idea what to expect. And so do you think it would be better, just like I'd love to hear from everybody, should I have topics or keep it open random?
I think it depends how many people show up. So if you've got a lot of people, then it might be best to have topics and everybody just touches on the topic. But if you've got a smaller group, then you've got more time to open it up to other things. But I guess you could have the topics and then add more if you had a small group. But
Yeah. The thing
Yeah,
is,
great, but go ahead, Sally, what?
yeah, we had what, 60, almost 70 people register, and I think maybe 30 people showed up. So, you planned for one thing and then, the day of something else happens.
Yeah. Yeah. So maybe it's something like that. Because if we did, because to your point, Kathy, like if we did topic related, then at least this way, those who want to speak on that topic, they're like, oh, good, I get to speak on this topic. Whereas if it's random, then they can speak on that topic anyway, because it'd be random, right? So it's really like, do we do potpourri or do we do be very rigid? And I'm not much for rigid. I know there are a lot of people out there who like to have everything aligned perfectly. That is not me. I'm just like, let's go with the flow and figure it out. And I'm not the agenda type of person, whereas, Sally will set up all the agendas and like, here's our agenda. Like, okay, thanks for setting it up, because I would never have gotten that done. But so for me, it's always, fly by the seat of my pants. And then, but I realize that not everybody likes that. So it's not that I'm trying to please everybody, because that's impossible, but I want to make sure that whatever we're doing is going to serve as many as possible. That's my goal. One of my goals there. Sue?
Do what's fun for you, Linda.
Oh,
You
it's all
had
fun
fun
for me.
today.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Exactly. You had fun, but it's okay. Like I think if you just put it out there that I thought it was a great event. I loved it. Yeah, I don't know
Thank
if you need
you.
to be super structured,
Maybe I'll do one time theme and then the next time potpourri, like mix it up each time.
Yeah.
So that way we get to do more, not really structure, but just having a theme where we're all talking about the same topic. And, maybe we'll look at all the books we've done and kind of figure out what's the most common theme of those books, because there are a lot of the stories that fit into something. Like we've talked about imposter syndrome, like that was a big one, right? Or talking about resilience, that's a big one. Like, how do you get through these situations? Talking about trauma response, or getting through traumas. Like maybe I don't want to sit in the trauma, but I want to say, here was the trauma and here's how I got through it, and here's what I'm doing today, right? That the hero's journey, so to speak. So again, just kind of thinking about that. If you guys have any thoughts, next week or the week after, you're like, I think it would be cool to do this topic, just send me an email and we'll consider, maybe I'll just do pick 2 topics that are somewhat related, but they're not the same topic. That way we have it'd be kind of like a summit, but not really, because I really want everybody who signs up, that shows up, to have an opportunity to speak. So what would that look like if, like, let's say 300 people sign up. Yeah, I've got aspirations. 300 people sign up and 150 show up. It's impossible to have all 150 people speak in that time frame, is it? No, it's not. You can do breakout rooms. And then what I do is I have leaders. I'm like, okay, so like right now, Sally and Kathy, like they do these events with me a lot. And so they're co-hosting. So now I say, Sally, you're going to do this breakout room. Kathy, you're going to do this breakout room. Julie, do you want to do a breakout room? Okay, she's going to head that one, right? So next thing I know, we can have as many people. It's just, what do we do with them when they get here, is that we create those breakout rooms. So we can do anything. It's just, figuring out what makes the most sense. And see, if you have less time, you need to be a little more intentional. You definitely can. That's why 6 hours was good for me, because I had no intention at all. I was like, oh shoot, what's going to happen if all 68 show up? They're going to get like 4 minutes each, you know? So I had, that was my only intention. The breakout rooms are fun too, right? Because then they can be theme oriented. So like, let's say Sally's heading up one. Sally's like, I want my breakout room to be about self-care. And then Kathy's like, I want my breakout room to be about resilience. And then Karen Isaacs is like, I want my breakout room to be about aging with grace, or, you know, being the aging icon, right? So each of us has like whatever that breakout room is. And then people choose which breakout room makes the most sense for them to go into. And then you're now moderating the speakers, giving everybody an opportunity to speak. So I think that would be fun. Yeah, not everybody wants to speak, like Rachel said. Exactly. Exactly. Karen Isaacs?
Yeah, so I've been doing Alignable.
Okay.
And so they have like in New York it was a waste because there's just too many people and all over the place. But now they seem that they have these ambassadors. So if the person picks a topic, like you're saying, and then only the people who come that are specifically interested, like they have wellness groups. I've been doing the ones, you know, I moved recently, so I'm doing the ones in my geographic area. And then everything is one-on-one. So you get, they have like maybe, I mean, some of them have really a lot of people. And there's a way for them to just, but they only give you 6 people within an hour. So you get a minute or so to meet 6 people one-on-one. And that's been very effective. I've met a lot of people, you know, during that one-on-one that then we, you know, spent that time saying, okay, you know, within the few seconds you see, yeah, this is somebody I want to meet. We set up the one-on-ones, you know, appointments, and the ones that we, you know, aren't that interested or they don't jive with us, you know, we can go past that. So it's like every time I get on, you know, say I meet 2 or 3 people and a number of people that I've done business with. So it's really very effective.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. So that turns into more of a networking event, which is not really what I want to host, but you know, networking happens. And that's, it's like, I want to host events that turn into networking, but not like a networking event. So that's interesting. So there might be something there to maybe kind of like round out the end of the event, where there's only like a short period of time where we put people into breakout rooms where they can make that connection, maybe something like that, where, but it's like a full event of one thing, but then turns into networking at the end, maybe something like that. So it's a lot to think about, And I love the ideas. And I love that Karen's going off to do yoga. How cool. The other Karen Bass.
Thanks.
This is the name of the mayor in Los Angeles. I don't know if Karen knows that. She's the mayor in Los Angeles. What were you saying, Karen Isaacs?
Yeah, no, just, yes, I guess time to stand up. My watch has been telling me, get up.
Exactly. So look for the next one. I'll have to figure out the date and get it scheduled. And I think what do you guys think? You think 2 hours is too long or just right? What do you think? That's an A-okay, is just right? Okay. I think 2 hours is good. This was good. I had to go to the restroom and go make a sandwich because because it was too long. It's like 6 hours. It's too long. But this is really great. I want to thank you all for showing up. Happy International Women's Day, sharing your messages, your stories, and make those connections. If people drop their information in the chat and you haven't had a chance to pick it up yet, you can save the chat somehow there. I know it's somewhere over there. If you don't know how to save the chat, please unmute yourself and say, I don't know how to save the chat, so we can tell you how. Otherwise, you do know how, and we'll assume you do. Thanks everybody for being here, and appreciate every single one of you. We do have a summit coming up. Kathy, you want to talk just a little bit about the summit on Tuesday?
Sure. That one we've got, 17 speakers that are doing 15-minute presentations each. So that will be more of a structured presentation type summit. And I can't remember the whole title. Women Leading with Purpose was part of it.
Yes.
And so definitely join us for that. We'll share the link, or did you put the link there? You put it in there. And yes, so most of them are from one of my upcoming books from the Leadership Global community. And then we've got a few extras added in there as well. So it's a wonderful group of speakers we've got.
Awesome. I hope to see some of you there on Tuesday. And there's always a lot going on over here at Action Takers Publishing. If you're ready to share your story, one way, shape, or form, just reach out to us and we're here to help you to do that. So with that said, I'm going to end the recording.